Iya. Ber- berarti sudah berapa hari eh, Mas Simon dan kawan-kawan, Bu?
Sepertinya berangkat 23 Juni. Saya janjian hari Senin besok, kok katanya belum pulang begitu. Senin padahal sudah
Oh,
masuk
kok?
kan, jeda dosen kan 22 sampai 3, nah, tanggal 6 masuk, tapi ini kok belum.
Oh,
Ini bilang Senin belum lebu gitu katanya begitu
oh
ya.
iya.
Nggak tahu, mungkin extend karena kan juga sudah tidak ada kuliah toh.
Oh
Asal
iya.
sudah memasukkan nilai, pasti
Hmm.
sudah memasukkan nilai
Oh,
itu. Saya masih
kita mah
kurang
belum.
2 kelas.
Oh iya. Saya juga belum selesai nih, Bu, ngoreksi-ngoreksi. Belum selesai juga. Oh iya. Berarti sekalian liburan juga ya, Bu ya, naik ke sana
Iya.
ya. Iya. Iya. Itu nanti kalau bulan Oktober ya, LSC itu ya, anu ya, ada dari pembicara ya dari Filipina ya, entah kasih
Iya,
kelas general lecture itu
dengan
ya, Bu ya.
dan Busri juga, Busri
Busri
juga,
ya,
iya,
Busri ya.
iya. Pak
Ya.
Dev bisa ikut, teman-teman yang lain di
Eh,
sini silakan
oh ya,
ikut.
flyernya,
Oke, terima
flyernya nanti
kasih ya.
saya kirim.
Hmm.
Iya, flyernya besok saya kirim ya, supaya
Eh,
bisa teman-teman
iya.
UNES. Kami belum belum banyak tamu dari UNES, biasanya cuma Pak
Ya.
Hendrikus. Teman-teman UNES
Ya.
mohon, monggo
Coba,
Burahayu
coba.
Oke,
semuanya.
selamat pagi Bu Novita.
Selamat pagi Bu.
Senang sekali
Eh,
Bu bisa rawuh sini Bu.
ya,
Senang.
ya senang. Terima kasih
Oke.
diundang ini.
Ya Bu. Pak Dev,
Oh,
selamat pagi.
selamat pagi, Bu.
Di
Ya,
sana pagi ya Pak? Morning Dev.
di sini ya
Siang,
siang.
Siang
Ya,
ya?
sudah siang.
Siang.
ya.
Senang sekali ketemu Pak Dev lagi sini. Ya.
Walaupun siang ya
Sugeng
masih
siang,
adem,
Ije.
masih dingin sekali. Ya,
Masih
Oh,
dingin.
oh
ya,
berarti winter ya Pak Dev sekarang ya di sana ya.
ya.
Oh,
9 derajat Celcius.
Wow,
padahal di Eropa sekarang ada heat wave ya
heat
Pak Dev
waves
ya.
ya,
Ya
di
kan
Ya,
UNES
gelombang
sampai
panas loh,
41
gelombang
ya.
panas. Oh, ke
ya,
Australia bisa beda ya cuacanya ya. Oh,
ya terbalik ya. Eh,
terbalik ya.
musimnya terbalik ya. Ya,
Mungkin Australia ramah sama alam,
Sama alam ya, makanya dikasih
Betul.
cuaca yang bagus ya.
dikasih cuaca
ya.
baik.
Nah, di
Seperti ini topik kita hari ini ya.
Iya.
Mungkin Pak John punya pendapat sendiri ya sebagai warga Australia ya
Iya.
tentang masalah apa perlindungan uh, lingkungan.
Hmm.
Uh, tapi sepertinya menurut saya ya kalau melihat mata pelajaran mata kuliah yang diajar di universitas tentang lingkungan hidup jauh berbeda dari zaman saya waktu saya siswa ya. Ada banyak mata pelajaran, mata kuliah ya tentang masalah lingkungan hidup ya seperti itu.
Hmm.
Tapi ya saya penasaran ya tentang pendapat Pak John juga kalau ada
Hmm.
perubahan tentang uh, paling sedikit ya di kalangan universitas ya.
Hmm.
Hmm. Tapi saya menduga
Iya.
ya ada. Ya,
ya masalah lingkungan memang terus
Hmm.
harus terus dibicarakan ini ya Pak Dev ya, Bu
Iya.
Novita.
Iya.
Betul, betul.
Hmm.
ya,
Ya kalau tidak kita siapa lagi nanti.
Wah,
Iya, betul.
cocok Bu.
Ya betul.
uh, tapi saya ingat
Kalau
mm, maaf, Pak.
ya Pak Dev, itu kayaknya di Asia juga, Asia Barat juga ada heat wave juga ya. Di mana sih? Asia juga ya Bu Novi ya. Di
Asia Barat ya.
Asia
Berarti
Barat
di
ya.
mana? Daerah mana?
Bukan Jepang enggak ya? Jepang enggak?
Jepang sebenarnya enggak ya. Yang
Enggak ya.
Eropa yang hard hitting itu di Eropa
Iya,
ya
iya.
kemarin ya.
Iya. Hmm. Di Amerika kayaknya juga loh ada
Iya,
ancaman
di
itu loh.
beberapa bagian ya.
Heat wave. Hmm.
Saya ingat dulu di Eropa ya, mungkin 2-3 tahun yang lalu ya ada banyak kebakaran hutan di sebelah selatan Eropa, di negeri Yunani di sini, kebakaran hutan. Tapi sepertinya uh, pusat heatwave ya ada di Eropa Barat ya, tapi akan pindah ke Eropa Timur. Jadi tidak konsisten ya, berubah-ubah setiap tahun ya. Daerah mana yang dilanda heatwave itu.
Hmm. Sebentar nih, John belum join ya kayaknya ya. Mungkin masih mencari itu ya, sinyal.
Ya. Pak John posisinya di Bali ya Pak Hendrikus?
Iya Bu,
Ya.
masih di Bali.
Mm-mm.
Mungkin dia Selasa katanya baru balik ke Selasa besok.
Oh, iya.
Iya.
Peserta cukup banyak juga kok, ini saya rasa, saya lihat di programnya menarik-menarik topiknya.
Iya.
Iya.
Ya itu beberapa mahasiswa semester atas Bu Novi.
Oh, siap-siap untuk
Iya,
tesis ya.
iya betul.
Iya, baguslah.
Ya, Bu Novi, mohon maaf, ini saya nyambi panitia ya, Bu Novi ya.
Iya,
Kita bertemu tanggal 9 saja nanti di Jogja.
iya. Bisa kan Pak Ruli?
Saya usahakan bisa, Bu Novi, karena
Iya.
prodi kami sedang akan akreditasi. Nanti kalau diizinkan Bu Yayu, nanti saya 1-2 hari ikut ke Jogja.
Silahkan Pak.
Dan ini minta izin
Baik.
di sini. Bu
Silahkan.
Yayu diajak sekalian.
Oh, iya.
Kami
Ya.
dua
Siap.
puluh, kami 25 tahun, Bu. Waduh,
Oh,
mengumpulkan susah
anniversary ya Bu.
sekali.
Oh,
Iya.
ya ya ya.
Kami punya
Oke.
500, kami minta untuk bikin kisah-kisah gitu. Yang
Oh,
terkumpul itu belum banyak, Bu.
iya sampai Bu. Wah, menarik ini Bu. Ya,
Iya.
coba nanti ke Pak Ruli. Tapi ini yang anu Bu, alumni biasanya Bu ya.
Ini
Kemarin
memang untuk alumni ya,
alumni Bu.
untuk
Ya, ya.
alumni ya. Ya banyak tersebar kemana-mana sebetulnya sih.
Iya,
Eh,
iya Bu.
Bahkan ada yang sampai sudah pensiun juga karena waktu
Hmm,
masuk, mereka adalah guru tetapi
iya.
belum mendapatkan gelar S2. Jadi waktu itu
Hmm,
masuk bekerja sama dengan LPM ya waktu itu. Jadi
iya.
banyak kami guru-guru itu. Nah,
Hmm.
mau disapa lagi di dalam reuni itu. Nah, antara
Wah,
lain Pak
hebat Bu.
Ruli
Wah,
sama Pak Enrikus.
ini menarik ini acara menarik reuni yang
Ya
hebat.
mudah-mudahan.
Ya Bu.
Nah, itu Pak Ruli sudah diizinkan Ibu.
Ya,
Jadi
izin
boleh.
Boleh ikut
boleh
ya,
boleh.
boleh ikut ya.
Iya.
Siap,
Pak.
Ah,
siap.
Nulis
nanti
yang
kita
banyak Pak.
bareng-bareng, Mas Ruli. Kita berangkatnya bareng-bareng aja nanti.
Oh gitu. Siap, Pak
Tanggal
Enrikus.
8-nya ya, tanggal 8.
Siap, siap, Pak.
Hmm. Iya. Oke. Hmm?
Pastisnya Pak Ringkus dulu baru ya yuk.
Saya dulu. Oke. Ya udah.
Ya tutup ya Pak.
Ya ya. Hmm.
During the opening session, all participants, please kindly mute your microphone. A very good morning to all. Welcome to the 5th Online National Seminar on English Linguistics and Literature 2026, the Agency of Nature, Forging Ecological Consciousness in the Post-Human Anthropocene. This is the 5th time the English Literature Study Program of Universitas Negeri Semarang has held this event. With the aim to accommodate the prominent researchers, lecturers, teachers, students, and public in Indonesia and Asia to perform in academic forums, such as sharing their research findings with their peers and articulating their ideas and thoughts around their interests in literature, linguistic, cultural studies, literacies, and translation, UNES proudly conduct this event biennially. My name is Devon Kartika Sarla Azahra, and I will be your host for today's event. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend my warmest regards to Professor John C. Ryan, PhD, from Nulungu Research Institute, University of Notre Dame, Australia, and Professor Novita Dewi, PhD, from Universitas Sanata Dharma, Indonesia. Thank you very much for being here today and for sparing your busy schedule to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to welcome Dr. Rahayu Puji Haryanti M.Hum as the head of the English Literature Study Program of Universitas Negeri Semarang. And all of the presenters and participants of the 5th Online National Seminar on English Linguistics and Literature who have come from various universities across Asia and Indonesia. To start the event, ladies and gentlemen, please listen to the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, followed by Mars UNES.
Universitas Negeri Semarang sembara di tengah kemeja pembangunan, mendidik bangsa menempuh ilmu, menyongsong Indonesia baru, memelihara dan mengembangkan ilmu murni dan kependidikan, melimpah berkah-rahmatnya. Semoga umurnya selalu jaya.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This time, please allow me to welcome Bapak Hendrikus Joko Yulianto, M.Hum PhD, as the chair of the organizing committee to give his welcoming speech.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Devon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to all of you. First of all, let us thank our God Almighty for all His blessings to make this event happen. On this good occasion, let me welcome you to the 5th National Seminar on English Language and Literature, or Ellit 2026. Welcome our beloved and honorable keynote speakers, Professor John Charles Ryan and Professor Novita Devi, and to all dear participants from various institutions in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Vietnam, as well as all students from Universitas Negeri Semarang, also from Australia, Pak Dev, sorry. I especially thank the first Vice Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Bapak Dr. Eko Raharjo M.Hum, who might represent Prof. Tommy Yuniawan, who will kindly open this webinar, and the coordinator of the English Literature Study Program, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Ibu Dr. Rahayu Pujiarianti M.Hum, and all my colleagues, the organizing committee of the 5th Ellit, for their hard work in preparing and handling all things for this event. Nowadays, we are living in the social and ecological precarities. The rampant growth of consumerism and materialism has made individuals tend to be self-centered and uncaring about their natural environment. This anthropocentric pursuit of material goods has led individuals to objectify and overexploit natural resources on the only planet we live on, the Earth, where we share it with other living creatures. We have heard about environmental issues around the world, especially in developing regions such as Southeast Asia. Among these issues are deforestation, air pollution, landslides, and biodiversity depletion. All these eco-catastrophes further contribute to the broader impact we know as global warming and the bigger phenomenon we know is as climate change. What we can do as humanists, especially literary scholars, in responding to these catastrophes. Let's refer to what Professor John Felstiner once said: poetry can save the earth, which means that literature in general can do something to save the earth from the worsening condition caused by anthropogenic activities. This 5th Ellit webinar, which takes as its theme the agency of nature, forging ecological consciousness in the post-human Anthropocene, aims to raise these issues with the purpose that each of us will care about our Earth and work to enhance ecological awareness of the Earth and all living creatures as interconnected life forms. Our topics will address the role of environmental humanities in this post-human era and how our daily interaction with material things and with biotic life, including plants and animals, significantly impacts the sustainability of the natural environment. Through the knowledge sharing on environmental humanities by our keynote speakers and all presenters at this webinar, we hope that our literary scholarship will lend intellectual merit to anyone seeking ecological consciousness in the present post-human precarity. So, dear keynote speakers and all participants, have a very fruitful webinar to all of you. Let me end my note with expression Latin, Deus benedicat omnibus creaturis, which means God bless all creatures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Henrikus. And now I will invite Dr. Rahayu Puji Haryanti M. to deliver her speech as well as to formally open the event. Ibu Rahayu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Devon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First, let me address our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor John Charles Ryan and Professor Novita Dewi. We are here very honored to have you both in our webinar. And of course, respected guests and all presenters and participants and the organizing committee members of the 5th Ellit Webinar 2026. Let us say our gratitude to our God, the Almighty, for the time and blessings bestowed on us for having this very good event. Today, the world is undergoing various social and ecological crises caused by human activities, including material overconsumption and deforestation. The most recent issue is a heat wave occurring in Europe, North Africa, and most parts of West Asia, producing a heat dome that caused thousands of casualties. This means that each of us needs to care about what we do every day and how we interact with the natural environment. English Language and Literature Webinar is a biennial event in the Literature Study Program, English Literature Study Program, Universitas Negeri Semarang, is concerned with the urgency of incorporating environmental humanities as a recurring topic in each webinar. This year's topic, the agency of nature, forging ecological consciousness in the post-human Anthropocene, aims to raise this issue along with the two keynote speakers in their relevant fields. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, I officially open this webinar. Wish you all a very fruitful webinar. Once again, yes, thank you very much for Pak Iko, the first Vice Dean, who is coming here. Thank you very much for coming, Pak Iko.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is a great honor for us, Pak Wede. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so, Pak Wede, would you please, maybe you have something to say? Yeah. And also, greet all the participants of the webinar today. Okay, please, Pak Wede Satu. Okay.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Ms. Rahayu. Good morning. Dear keynote speakers, Professor John Charles Ryan and Professor Novita Dewi, all participants, and the organizing committee members of the 5th ELLIT Webinar 2026. First of all, let us say gratitude to our good Almighty for the time and blessing bestowed on us for having this very good event. Today, the world is undergoing various social and ecological crises caused by human activities, including material overconsumption and deforestation. The most recent issue is a heat wave occurring in Europe, North Africa, and most parts of West Asia, producing a heat dome that caused thousands of casualties. This means that each of us needs to care about what we do every day and how we interact with the natural environment. English language and literature webinar as a video event in the literature study program. Universitas Negeri Semarang is concerned with the urgency of incorporating environment, humanities as recurring topic in each webinar. This year, topic, the agency nature working ecological consciousness in the post-human Anthropocene. I am the raise this issue along with the two keynote speakers in their relevant fields. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, I openly open the webinar. Wish you all the very fruitful webinar and good luck to all presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Eko and Ibu Rahayu, for the welcoming speeches. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some pictures. Plenary session. First slide, please show us some smile. Second slide, please show us some smile. And last slide, please show us some smile. As the event has been formally opened, we will soon proceed to the first plenary session. Also, thank you very much, Pak Eko and Ibu Rahayu, for your continuing support to our study program and the event. We wish you a pleasant Saturday.
Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak Eko.
Terima kasih Pak Eko. Thank you Pak Eko.
And now it is with pleasure that I am about to hand over my microphone to the moderator of the first plenary session, Bapak Hendrikus Joko Yulianto, M.Hum, PhD, who will furthermore be the person in charge of the discussion. Pak Hendrikus is not only a lecturer at the English Literature Study Program of UNES, he is also the chair of the organizing committee. Pak Hendrikus, the time is completely yours.
All right, thank you, Mbak Devon. So, dear audience, so soon we're gonna listen to Professor John Charles Ryan. Oh, yeah. Second. So, before that, let me read a short biography of Professor John Charles Ryan. Professor John Charles Ryan is an international researcher in literary studies, creative writing, and environmental humanities. Prof. Ryan serves as professor and senior research fellow at the Nulungu Institute, University of Notre Dame, Australia. His books include Plants in Contemporary Poetry, Eco-Criticism and the Botanical Imagination, published by Routledge, and and Introduction to the Environmental Humanities, also published by Routledge as co-authored. He has published extensively in Scopus-ranked journals, including most recently the Australian Journal of Environmental Education, and has contributed a chapter on Thoreau's botany to the forthcoming Oxford Handbook of Henry David Thoreau, funded by the Cone Foundation in Helsinki. His recent work examined possibilities for human-tree collaboration in northern Finland. He also serves as managing co-editor, The Trumpeter. Okay, so these are only several of Professor Ryan's works. If you want to know his other publication, you can check out his website at www.johnchasryan.com. So now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Professor John Charles Ryan. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning,
please,
Pa Henricos.
the time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pa Henricos. Thank you, Ibu Rahayu, Ibu Devon, and thank you very much to all the organizers of this event. Very pleased to join you from Bali. So I believe I have until 10:30. So that's what I'll do, is speak for about 1 hour, and then we'll have some time for your questions. Okay, and I'll just share my screen. And Pa Henricos, if there's any distortion to my sound or to my video, just let me know at any time. Okay, so I would like to speak with you today about this idea of agency in nature. And I'm going to do so through the example of the human relationship to plant life, specifically the idea that plants can have agency. And so the title of what I'll present is Plants as Agents, or this portmanteau, I think is the term for it, plagents, the term of the day, plagents, plants as agents. So reimagining the vitality of more than human life. So my aim is, after this hour or so, is for you to have a clearer idea of what it means for nature to have agency, or for humans to recognize the agency of nature as a quality that's intrinsic to the more than human world, and how that recognition of agency in nature might actually transform our relations to nature, and how we might cooperatively engage with nature in the post-human Anthropocene. Okay, so I'd like to begin with the idea of the language of nature. Eco-criticism, I feel most of you are familiar with that term. Eco-criticism is very much about the language of nature, not only the language that we use to describe nature or evoke nature, but the language or languages that nature itself might express. And then I'm going to turn to the field of the environmental humanities, and specifically the study of plant life within the environmental humanities, which is an emerging area of research and teaching. And we call that plant humanities. Sometimes it's called plant studies, more or less the same thing. And this is essentially a focus on plants and on human-plant relations within the environmental humanities. There are two ideas that I'd like to go into insofar as how we can think of plants as endowed with agency. The first is the idea of cognition, of plants having a kind of mental life, an intellectual life, the ability to reason, to make decisions that are informed. So we'll use the term cognition. And the second term is kinship. And as science shows, especially evolutionary science, we are more closely related to plants than we are to animals. That seems like an astonishing assertion, but in fact, we have an evolutionary kinship to plant life that is important to recognize. I'd like to then give you a practical framework for how you would approach literature and linguistics from this perspective of plant life. So the term I'll use for it is phytocriticism. So we can think of phytocriticism as a kind of eco-criticism, as a specialization within eco-criticism, but very much concerned with plants, so with trees, with herbs, with food plants and crop plants and wild and all sorts of plants. Okay, I'll give you an example of a plant agent or a plagent, the wild yam, and how we can read the agency of the wild yam in Aboriginal Australian art and poetry. And then time bearing with us, I'll introduce an Indonesian plagent, the banyan or berenjen of central Java, very, very important species. And then finally, the notion of the planthropocene, right? We have the Anthropocene. We have many theorists who have proposed alternatives to the Anthropocene. And I'd like to detail one of those alternatives, which is the Planthropocene, a very, I would say, positive, forward-looking alternative to the Anthropocene. So the language of nature, the key point here is that language is essential to human relationships to nature. Language mediates many of our interactions with nature. When we go into a forest, oftentimes when we see a plant or an animal or a mushroom that's very interesting, we'll ask, what's the name of that tree? What's the name of that fungus, right? So that's suggestive of how language mediates our relationship to nature, how our desire to name, for example, demonstrates how we wish to know nature through the language that we use to evoke or describe it. So language is essential. Now, this also has a different facet as well when we think of the Anthropocene and climate change. Language diversity is being very much impacted by the loss of biological diversity in the context of climate change. And so linguistic, cultural, and ecological diversity are very much interwoven. And as one declines, as, for example, ecological diversity declines, and even more specifically, let's say, plant diversity declines, so too does linguistic and cultural diversity. So these three elements of linguistic, cultural, and ecological diversity are very, very important to consider as interrelated. And we have studies such as these on the ecological drivers of variation in global language diversity, once again, affirming that interconnection between the triad of ecological, linguistic, and cultural diversities. We all have different words for nature that we use, and certainly in different disciplines, in different even social circumstances and so forth. There are these different terms, right? And they're all a little different. They're all a little different. So we might have nature, alam, right? Environment, lingkunang, landscape, ecology, earth, bumi, right? Plants, tanaman, natural world, dunia alami. And I imagine in Bahasa Indonesian, each one of those means something slightly different. And certainly that's the case, let's say, between environment and landscape, right? Or nature and ecology, right? They're just slightly different, although they're referring to many of the same things. So nature, we can think of as essentially a philosophical idea. We often think, well, this weekend I want to go to nature. We might think, oh, we have to go to a national park. We have to go to a forest reserve out of the city. And that's fair. That's certainly a fair way to think of nature. But in fact, nature is ever present. Nature is within our bodies. It's within our domestic environments. It's everywhere, right? So, but nature is essentially a philosophical idea. So, in that respect, it includes all living and non-living parts of the natural world, right? It includes plants. Plants are nature, animals are nature, soil, but so are humans, and so is technology. Now, nature is philosophical, I would claim, because we can also use that term to talk about the essence of something, the nature of being alive, the nature of a particular problem or human nature, for example. And that's why nature, along with culture, I would say, is the most complex word in the English language. So I argue that nature is essentially a philosophical idea. And so when we use that term, we are probing the philosophical dimensions of non-human life, of plants and animals and soil. Now, environment is very much in reference to our physical surroundings, but to understand environment, we need to think at a multi-scalar level. So we can, for example, think of the microenvironment around us. Now, that could be the environment of the immediate environment, let's say of our bedroom, of our home, of our yard. But as we broaden the scales outward to include our neighborhood, our bioregion, our country, our continent, even our biosphere, we have these different scales of environment. And so what the term environment beckons us to consider is this multi-scalarity relation between these different phenomena that we encounter, whether it's, let's say, the environment of our inner bodies, right? We all know that our bodies contain an immense number of microorganisms. So there's kind of an internal environment to our body. But we can also think of our biosphere as our broadest environment, right? And so when we think of environment, we need to consider these multiple scales of the term, okay? So landscape very much comes from aesthetics and the study of art, and also a natural and cultural intersection. Landscape is often connected to natural and cultural heritage, but more specifically, it comes from the history of art and the 19th century Romantic era, when certain environments were transformed to adhere to certain aesthetic ideals. It could be to create an environment that it was very park-like and so had a picturesque quality, rolling hills and pastoral appearance and so forth. And then painters actually celebrated these pastoral landscapes. And so the word landscape really comes from aesthetics, the study of beauty, and therefore from art history. Ecology, as you may know, very much from science. Ecology itself as a term has about a 130 or 40-year history. It's a fairly recent term, yet it's become naturalized to a great extent, especially in the past 20, 30 to 50 years, let's say, since the environmental activism of the 1970s. Ecology has become very much a common word, but it really comes from biology and the study of the relationship between organisms and their natural environments. When I was an undergraduate, I took an ecology course thinking that it would be philosophical, but I was shocked to learn that we needed statistics and we were doing measuring and we were doing lots of quantitative studies, right? So ecology is a proper scientific biological field. And Earth, of course, Earth is the planet we inhabit, sometimes referred to as the biosphere. But it's important to recognize that Earth also refers to the micro level, the soil under our feet, when we till the earth, right? So there's also this multiple scale aspect to the term earth as both the planet and the soil beneath our feet. Now, this is one of the most influential, transformative, I would say, mind expanding, consciousness expanding images in history. This is from 1970, right? So not that long ago. This is known as the blue marble. It was taken by the crew of Apollo 17, and they termed it the image, the blue marble, right? So imagine that this image is only part of humanity's consciousness, or has only been part of it, let's say, for the past 56 years, 60 years, right? Relatively recent introduction to human consciousness, but extremely impactful. The blending of the clouds, the brownness of the desert lands, the greenness of the forests and grasslands, the blueness of the ocean, this sense of vulnerability that we see in the blue marble, but also this immense grandeur, something so unfathomable in its scale as well. So both vulnerable, both steadfast, both ancient, both fleeting. So certainly an image that stirs emotions that are important to channel in our environmental work. So I'd like to just take a few moments, and in the chat, please write down your favorite place in nature and why is that place meaningful to you. So do you have a favorite place in nature that you like to visit, or perhaps you're lucky to live there? Or live close to there, and why is that place meaningful to you? So just take a short time now and write any responses you may have in the chat, and then I'll go back to those responses at the end of my talk just to see some of the range of ideas. Just take a minute or so for that. Okay, and feel free to give it some more thought. If nothing comes to mind immediately, you can write your response in the chat at any time. So think about the place that you cherish and why is that place meaningful to you. Now, that's an important energy to harness for multiple reasons, right? So it may be a restorative place where you can feel rejuvenated and regenerated, and in the context of our busy lives, our very technologized lives. But it may also be a place that you can use to inspire, or you can recruit to inspire your own work in environmental studies or eco-criticism or education, right? So that place is a powerful one for you. Okay, so give that some thought, write your responses in the chat. So the environmental humanities is the broad context of what we're discussing today. Environmental humanities is very much an interdisciplinary field. Now, some theorists would even call it transdisciplinary, and that's slightly different. But for our purposes, we'll call it interdisciplinary, and that means that it blends the perspectives of multiple disciplines. So let's say you are an art historian or a student of art, and you're looking at a series of paintings of, let's say, the Javanese landscape over a particular period of time. You're looking closely at those paintings in order to ascertain different changes in the landscape of Java because of, let's say, environmental or deforestation or environmental changes to the shoreline and so forth, right? So you're blending ecology, geology, and art. That's interdisciplinary, and so that fits within the environmental humanities. There are three focal points within the environmental humanities. The first is the environment itself. as something that can be experienced by human beings, something that can be experienced importantly through our multiple senses, a place that can be experienced through sight, through sound, through touch, smell, taste, and other bodily senses, the sense of movement, for example, kinesthesia. So that's one focal point. The second is ecological issues, right? And so when we think of climate change, biodiversity loss, shoreline or coastal erosion, waste, right? Plastic waste, the immense problem of plastic waste or electronic waste, especially in Southeast Asian countries where a lot of times that waste is being shipped from the global north to countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and also in South Asia, right? These are ecological issues. So environmental humanities brings an interdisciplinary perspective to those environmental issues. And finally, human nature interactions. Let's say I am interested in the indigenous people of Bali, and I want to know about their particular ceremony or ritual where they bury someone, a deceased person, in a tree. And that tree produces a fragrance which they believe conceals the odor of decay and facilitates the passage of that person to the afterlife, right? So let's say I was very interested in that. I could use an environmental humanities approach to study that very specific human nature interaction, in that case of indigenous Balinese people and that particular species of tree. All right, so 3 focal points. Each of these terms, when we apply the study of plants to it, we have something a little different. So I mentioned ecology, and in fact, when we add the term plant, we have plant ecology, a field that's been in existence for about 100 years that looks at the relationship between plants and their habitats. When we add a plant focus to environment, we could think of plant environments, right? So remember, I said that scales are very important to understanding the term environment. So we could think of the micro scale. What are the plants, for example, in our domestic environment, even in our home environment? House plants are very, very interesting. They have a very interesting connection to human beings, right? And they survive in very, very surprising ways, often within our homes, right? So we can think of the plants in our domestic environment, but then we can broaden that, right, to think of major plant environments like the Amazon or the Borneo rainforests or the boreal temperate forests of the north. So plant environments. Plants landscapes, or sometimes the term you can use is plantscapes. Landscapes that are dominated by plants to look or to adhere to certain aesthetic ideals. And so many of you perhaps have been to a botanical garden, like in Bogor or lots of other places. Bali, here there's one. Certainly most cities have a kind of botanical garden. This is very much a plantscape because it's an environment that's been rendered park-like, where plants dominate, right? And so consider landscapes in terms of plants, and you have what we can call plantscapes. Nature, when we think of what is the nature of being a plant, right? What is it like to see the world from the perspective of a plant? A plant having a much different kind of way of living in the world to us, right? Being able to photosynthesize, being able to create oxygen that we need, and we in return create carbon dioxide, which is poisonous to us, but which the plant needs. What an incredible, symbiotic, and deeply powerful evolutionary relationship. So nature allows us to probe the nature of being a plant. What is it like? Non-human is a term that comes from post-humanism. And this term is important because it refers to both a living organism like a plant or an animal, but also a machine like an AI or an android, something with human-like qualities. And so the term non-human is very important to the study of post-humanism, because as you may know, certain machines are taking or are starting to take or adopt human-like qualities, and AI is a good example of that. All right, so planting environmental ideas. When we focus on plants, each one has a new meaning, a slightly more specific connotation. This is a banyan tree. It comes from Kolkata. It is considered one of the largest banyan trees in the world, although there's some competition around that, I noticed, but it's certainly a huge tree. This is in the Botanical Garden of Kolkata. Now you can see what appears to be a forest of many, many trees, but in fact, this is one tree that has grown outward over many decades, many centuries, in fact. And progressively, that one tree has created these multiple stems that appear like individual trees, but are actually connected to that one original tree. So what you're looking at here is one tree. It's not a forest, and this is a banyan, very, very culturally, spiritually important. Now in Bali, I've also seen some banyans. Here's one from just a couple days ago, and you can see how this is a sacred banyan because it is, first of all, wrapped in cloth. It is gated with these or cordoned off with these concrete walls. There is a shrine there as well. So we know that this is a sacred banyan, and it's certainly an old banyan. When we look inside, there's a whole world inside the banyan, different creatures living in there. It's quite an amazing ecosystem unto itself. Okay, so this is what we look at plants in plant studies. Now, I mentioned that the plant humanities takes a focus on plants within the context of the environmental humanities. Now, this is a very new field, and it's a good one if you're looking for a final project, or maybe you're looking to do further study in literary studies. You can adopt a plant focus, and I'll give you more on that in a moment. So it's a new field, and it's quite an evolving one. It really is only in the past 10 years that this has evolved as an area of academic study, looking at human connections to plants in multiple ways, as I mentioned, from various perspectives, from art, from philosophy, from literature, and from linguistics as well. And so when we take a broad humanistic approach to the study of plants, we're engaging in plant studies or plant humanities. These terms are used interchangeably, plant studies / plant humanities. Some of the early theorists have remarked on the scope for research and interpretation. I would say that's especially true in Indonesia, where there are existing cultural traditions involving plants. If we see, for example, in Bali, how certain flowers are used in particular ceremonies, that's a kind of culture of plants that is an example of the kind of cultural and botanical richness that we can explore in the plant humanities. Now, just to introduce some of the methodologies and theories, right? Methodology being very essential for any kind of research project. If we were to develop a plant humanities project, we can adopt an archival approach, right? So we could go to a physical archive somewhere at a library in a university or in a town or in a city or at a botanical garden, wherever this archive might be, and we could use it as a research tool. Now, a lot of archives are online nowadays, so that's especially useful. We could also adopt an ethnographic approach if we wanted to develop plant humanities research. Ethnography is simply a framework for engaging with communities and with social traditions. We might use methods like interviewing people to understand their relationships to particular plants, to flowers, right? Whatever it may be. We also can conduct participant observations. So let's say if I'm interested in those flowers of Bali, I might go to a festival or ceremony, let's say Kuningan or Galingan, right? One of those important cultural events, and try to just see how are people using that particular flower? What purpose does the flower serve? Textual and discourse analysis, two very important pillars of linguistics and literary studies, right? So we may select some poems from a particular writer, and we're interested in how that writer writes about, let's say, garden plants, or let's say the forest, or invasive plants, or wetland plants, whatever it may be, okay? Digital and AI and even quantum methods are evolving in the plant humanities. So it could be that we develop a, a, a digital tool for engaging with plants in some way, right? When there's a digital element to our research, we can approach that as digital humanities. Collaborative frameworks, we're often taught to think of others, including humans, but also non-humans, as research subjects. But we can also think of those individuals, those subjects, as research participants. And you can do the same with plants. So you could develop a project in which you collaborate with plants, and you devise frameworks for engaging in collaboration and for theorizing that collaboration. Because, of course, plants don't speak as we normally speak with other humans. So we have to open ourselves to other forms of communication and expression. That's a very interesting and area of research that there's a lot of scope for future research there in terms of collaboration and creative or arts-based approaches. Let's say we're a poet, we're a painter, and we are using creative approaches to research plants, or a photographer, right? So those are just some methodologies and theories that we can use in plant humanities. So do you have a favorite plant, and why is that plant meaningful to you? If you do, just share your response in the Zoom chat. And once I'm finished, I look forward to just going through your responses. So just take about 30 seconds there, collect your thoughts. And if you have a favorite plant, note that plant in the chat. Okay, if nothing comes to mind immediately, maybe something will in a moment. So feel free to take your time. And as you think more about it, I'll carry on with the idea of plant agency. And there are two principles that are important to understand in terms of thinking about plant agency. So what is plant agency? We can define this idea as the capacity of plants to interact with and shape their environments, including the lives of other organisms. Okay. Our tendency, at least in the Western mindset, is to think of plants as agents, or as living things that we act upon. We cultivate them. We grow them, we shape them, we prune them, we collect them, we harvest them, so forth and so on. The plant humanities asks us to try to think of plants as also acting upon us, as having a kind of power to shape our lives, even when we are not aware of that, of our lives being shaped, and the power of plants to shape their own environment. So that means, can a plant behave, right? Can a plant decide to do something? Okay, I need to communicate to another plant. on the other side of the field to share information, and I'm going to do it this way, right? That's the plant acting in a self-directed manner, not simply being passive, okay? So a plant becomes an agent when we recognize its ability to shape its environment and our environment. When we recognize plants as agents, we counter a very long tradition in Western thinking of plants as passive, as somewhat mechanical, as certainly inferior to animals, as more or less being acted upon by humans and animals, being grazed, being picked, being cut, being harvested, right? But when we think of their agency, we have more insight into actually how they are impacting us in ways that we're not even potentially consciously aware of, right? And when we attribute agency to plants, we can then begin to think of plants as having aspects of intelligence, of sensory lives, right? So being able to see, being able to taste, to touch, to hear. Plants as having the ability to remember and to pass on those memories to other organisms. Plants being able to communicate, to display behaviors, to learn when something is a threat and to learn when something is not a threat and potentially an ally or benevolent force. The ability of plants to make decisions, even the ability of plants to display altruism or care for other organisms, and even to suffer, right? Even to experience joy or to suffer, okay? So this is what the idea of agency opens us up to, rethinking the plant world around us, which we often take for granted because it blends into the background. Of course, when a tree flowers, for example, we take notice of it, but maybe that tree is something we've ignored until it flowered, right? So plants, because they are less mobile, they're not totally immobile, in fact, but they are certainly less mobile than humans and birds and mammals. But we tend to kind of put them in the background. So, but how important are plants, right? We could survive without, I would argue, without lots of mammals. We cannot survive without plants because of this evolutionary relationship we have with them. And so when we recognize plants as agents in an academic context, we really can transform some of those conventional approaches to studying plants in science and philosophy, in writing, performance, and heritage. So to give you an example here, let's say we are undertaking a writing project, a creative writing project. And then rather than writing about a forest, we can envision writing with the forest as a collaborator, right? That simple shift of terminology changes the terms of relation so that plants become more like collaborators and participants in our research rather than subjects of our research. Okay, and now this is an example of how plants engage with time, right? These are tree rings. And we can actually read history oftentimes in these tree rings. So we can see when certain years were particularly dry, maybe there was an insect infestation during one year, maybe something else happened during another year. One year was very beneficial, the climate was good, the water conditions were good, and so forth. So this is how plants materialize time. They turn time into this kind of embodied form, right? That's an example of how plants engage with what we call temporality, and the temporality that's specific to plant life. So if you have the opportunity, if you pass by a tree that's been cut, contemplate its rings and think about these rings as the tree's manifestation of its relationship to time, right? One of the pillars of plant agency is scientific. And there's a whole area of science that's emerged in the last 20 to 30 years about how plants are intelligent organisms. And we call this area of science neurobotany because it's examining how plants think, how they exhibit qualities of intelligence, how they communicate, behave, and remember. And so this is the first pillar of understanding plant agency. And we'll call this neurobotany, or the science of plant agency. Science that shows how plants can learn when they start to associate a particular stimulus with safety. That stimulus no longer becomes a danger, and the physiological response of the plant changes as it learns that that stimulus is no longer harmful. That certain plants have something called stress memory. If I am an older generation of mustard plant and I experienced a particularly stressful season with drought and predation and lots of other impacts, I can actually pass that memory on to my children, to my future mustard plants, right? That's called multi-generational stress memory. Interestingly, there's something called memory repression in plants. Now, if I'm a mustard plant and I've gone through a very difficult season with drought, with insects, all sorts of problems, I can actually decide to repress that memory and not send it to my children because I don't want to impact them negatively. Can you imagine that? So scientists have described this as memory repression in plants. Fascinating. Also, that plants have multiple senses. And once again, it isn't the poets saying this, it's the scientists saying that plants can see, they can hear, they have the equivalent of hearing, not the same capacity that humans have, right, with ears and eardrums and all that, but they essentially detect vibrations, sound vibrations. They also emit or transmit those vibrations, right? And they taste and they smell. And so plants have a kind of sensory world. And that also plants display what we can call altruism. They care for their own kin. If I'm a mustard plant, I'm caring for my mustard children, but I'm also caring for corn children. I'm caring for lots of other what we call non-kin, right? And what that does is ensure the balance of the ecosystem. So it's care for kin, but also care for non-kin. And finally, the idea of the wood wide web or the wooded web. Most forests on Earth have something called the rhizosphere. And this is a intricate communication network in the soil where plants are partnering with fungi or fungi, whichever pronunciation you prefer. And in partnering with fungi, plants are able to send signals to other plants through the root system. These signals could be warning, like alerts, alarm signals if there's some danger in the forest, or they could be all sorts, right? So this is the communication network called the rhizosphere and sometimes popularized as the wood wide web or the wooded web. Now, the second pillar is this idea of kinship. And evolutionary biologists have shown how humans and plants share an evolutionary relationship. And so this is a deep relationship going back close to 4 billion years, where animals and plants and humans had a common ancestor. And some of these evolutionary commonalities appear even in our very different physiologies now. That there are commonalities between the human body and the plant body. And that reflects us being or us emerging from the same ancestor 4 billion years ago. And so scientists have called this plant kinship, and the refusal to recognize or to take this seriously, they've termed plant kinship blindness. So plants are our kin. And in many indigenous societies, this is a prominent feature of their relationship to plants, is recognizing plants as ancestors, as sacred beings, but also as ancestral beings. So plants being part of an extended human and non-human family. Okay. Now, if we want to bring some of these ideas to our study of literature, the framework that I've proposed that you can use is called phytocriticism. Now, many of you have heard of eco-criticism as the reading of texts from an environmental perspective. Phytocriticism is the reading of texts from a plant-focused perspective. All of the ideas that I've just presented to you, if you use those as a framework for conducting literary analysis, you're undertaking phytocriticism. So you may be looking at how the agency of a plant is evoked or expressed in a particular poem or a novel. You may be looking at, let's say, a writer like Shakespeare and revisiting his body of work, but from the perspective of how he wrote about flowers or about food plants, about trees, and so forth. Not merely as symbols in the literary work, but as agents, right? As beings with agency. Okay, so plants and literature, we can describe particular texts as plant texts, those that are really focused on plant life and human flora relations, we can describe as plant texts. Now, I would argue that any literary work can be read from the perspective of eco-criticism and from the perspective of phytocriticism, because it could be, let's say, in a literary work, there are house plants, there are garden plants, there are food items on the table, all plants, and therefore all worthy of some critical approach. Now, some texts, of course, will emphasize plants more than others, but interestingly, the absence of plants from a text is also telling, right? So we can make a lot when a text excludes plant life. We can make certain judgments about that in itself. So plant text. Phytocriticism is this framework in literary studies where we're examining a text from this perspective of plant life and human-plant relations. And then the broader field is really plant humanities, plant studies, and this one that I've proposed, human-plant studies, all essentially the same thing. But what these broader contexts allow us to do outside of literary studies is formulate critiques of ethics, right? So we may examine a text and try to understand how it's dealing with ethical issues related to plants. Is it right to cut down an old growth tree that's 1,000 years old when that tree can be replanted and look, old again within 100 years, right? Those are the kind of ethical debates that we have. Is it ethically right to genetically modify certain crops so that they yield more fruit, more fiber, whatever it may be, more medicine? Those are ethical debates. And the larger, broader framework outside of literary studies would be plant humanities, plant studies, or human plant studies. This is an example of a recent book, Richard Powers' The Overstory, that's kind of the premier plant text of the last, how many years? 10 years, decade or so. To write this book, the author spent time with scientists who are studying how plants communicate, specifically how trees communicate within forests. The author read a lot of the science related to plants and their abilities, and then created this work of fiction. Very much worth reading. It won the Pulitzer Prize in 2018, I think. So a premier example of a plant text, and a very influential one in the field. Phytocriticism, when we approach a text through the perspective of plant life, we're countering a tendency within literary criticism to relegate plants to the background of the work, right? When we're taught to analyze a novel, for example, we say, what's the background? What's the setting? Right? And plants are often that setting. They're part of the background. Or they're symbols. Oh, okay, there's a rose in this poem. It's a symbol of love. Well, what about the rose itself, right? What is, yeah. So phytocriticism would ask, what is the life of that plant beyond its function as a symbol or metaphor or trope or figure in a literary work? So plants, not only as symbols, there's certainly that, but as agents in the text, as doing work, as shaping the narrative in some way. Yeah, very important. As plants, even as characters in particular texts. So plants as an active presence in literary and cultural works, not merely part of the background, but an active presence, shaping human characters and becoming protagonists in themselves. Plant dynamism and agency shaping that cultural production, right? Maybe it's that the narrative actually takes on the structure of time in a forest. Can you imagine that? The narrative, the work of fiction, the way that time is represented in that work of fiction echoes or evokes the particular temporality of a forest. That is an example of plants shaping a cultural production, and the cultural production not merely representing that plant, but being more partnered to that plant. Okay. Phytocriticism is an approach that also will ascertain the extent to which plants are recognized or depicted in a text as endowed with cognition, with intelligence, the ability to behave, with memory, the ability to sense, and also how certain texts raise issues of ethics in connection to plants and forests and other crop plants and domestic plants and all sorts, right? And that also, you may, if you've taken literary studies so far, you may ask this question, well, isn't this all anthropomorphism? Isn't this just attributing human traits to plants? And that's a valid criticism. But what's important to recognize is that plants are radically different, yet also radically similar to human beings, right? That an organism can be both utterly different, utterly alien to us, it also immensely connected, immensely familiar. And I think that's the case with plants because they live in such different worlds, they have such different physiologies, they survive in such different ways to human beings, but they're also part and parcel of our bodies and of our lives, right? Okay, so recognizing that plants are both radically different, yet also intimate with human beings and closely connected to our lives. I'd like you to imagine that your lecturer has asked you to develop a plant humanities project. Okay, what topic might you propose? Now, it could be that you're undertaking some research now and you can develop a plant humanities focus within that research, right? Just imagine what sort of topic you would like to develop. If you were assigned a plant humanities project, what would you propose? Just take a couple minutes to reflect on that question. Okay, so give it some thought. I'm going to carry forward. I think I'll start wrapping up now. But if an idea comes to mind, just write it in the chat. If you were tasked with developing a plant humanities research project, what would you choose? You could choose any topic in the world. What topic would you choose? And maybe how would you approach that research? Would it be, for example, a literary analysis, or would it be more of a ethnographic work or a discourse analysis, right? So just give that some thought. And in the interest of time, I think I'm going to bypass this example of the wild yam, although Pa Henricos has the slides and he can share these slides with you if you're interested in this example of the wild yam. The wild yam is a sacred food plant amongst Aboriginal Australian people, and it's figured extensively in the art and poetry of many Aboriginal societies over the years. And so it's a prime example of what I've been describing, this plagent or this plant agent, a plant that's impacted literary and artistic production to a far greater degree than just being a subject of paintings, really being part of the essence or the fabric of these works of art. But what I'll do to give you a more local example to conclude with, I'd like to fast forward to our Indonesian plant agent, the banyan, a species that you are probably familiar with, and one that I am always on the lookout for. So the banyan or the beringin, right? So this is a sacred banyan, right? This is a banyan within the courtyard of a temple. This is Candi Mendu. Candi Mendu. This is very close to the Buddhist complex, world famous Buddhist complex, Borobudur in Yogyakarta, or north of Yogyakarta. So we can see automatically, right, there is this connection between the banyan and the temple. So the banyan is part of this sacred complex. The banyans are known for what are called aerial roots, and we can see an example here. Now, what happens is the aerial roots drop down from the canopy of the banyan, and they grow into the soil and then grow out again and become much like stems or trunks of trees. But in fact, it's part of that original tree. And you may remember the image of the great banyan from Kolkata, India. That was one tree. So over the centuries, that one tree threw down these aerial roots that grew into the soil, then grew up again. The process kept repeating itself, growing up, growing down, creating this, what appears to be a forest. But this is the aerial root. And it's interesting how this tree becomes a kind of area of conviviality and sociology as well. There's a family, and one of the children starts swinging on the aerial roots, right? So it's a place of enjoyment. And when we look inside the banyan, it's as I mentioned, it's kind of an ecosystem in itself. And here we see a blue jar or a jar with a blue cloth that's been set there as a kind of offering to the sacred banyan, because banyans are amongst Javanese and other Indonesian people, banyans are regarded as the abode of deities. And so maintaining balance amongst the deities is essential. And so these offerings are meant to strike that balance with these beings. Now we see traces of banyans in these temples. This is Candi Mendut, and so the banyans are closely connected to the Buddhist bodhisattvas. Right, there's this spiritual linkage between the bodhisattvas and the banyans. And there are also these depictions of trees and banyans and other trees within the iconography of the temple itself. These kind of relief carvings depicting people. I think that people, Pipal, Ficus religiosa, which is the tree of awakening. The Buddha sat under the tree and gained enlightenment under that banyan. And so these banyans are extremely sacred, right? And so this is Pohandawata, right? Tree or banyan of the gods. And here's the map pointing out its location in this courtyard. Interestingly, the banyan is a powerful spiritual presence in that courtyard, but it also provides just practical shelter, shade. Here we see different sellers finding shade under that banyan. Jamu, I remember being sold under the banyan. So it is a tree that certainly provides both spiritual and material affordances. Now, interestingly, in Jogja, there is a particular alignment. There's an axis, in fact, you can see here, just as I page through these images, this is a close-up of the banyan. And interestingly, as the banyan trees diffuse throughout Asia, they brought with them Buddhist thought, Buddhist principles. Buddhism diffused through many parts of Asia by virtue of the banyans. As the banyans traveled, so did Buddhism. As Buddhism traveled, so did the banyans. So very interesting relationship. In Jogja, there is this axis that Candi Mendu lies on. The axis also connects to the banyan and then to Borobudur and then straight out to the ocean. And a lot of the significant spiritual sites lie on this axis. And so the banyan is situated on that spiritual axis, linking the various temples to various features of the landscape and all the way out to the sea. So it is this kind of locus of otherworldly beings, also a source of refuge and well-being, not only for humans, but for the vast creatures that live. And the banyan is also a story keeper. There's so many stories in Javanese history of banyans. There's the Indonesian legend of Pontianak, for example, the ghost of a woman who died while giving birth. In that story, the aerial roots of a banyan form the hair of the cruel spirit that strangles unsuspecting victims below. And so the banyans are very much part of the folk tales, traditions, and mythologies. Now, you may be familiar with this in Jogja. I understand now it's closed, but these are the twin banyans, Waringin Kurung, right? And the idea is if you wear a blindfold and you are able to walk through the banyans, you'll be conferred great wisdom and prosperity, right? And so there we find banyans recurring. Here are the twin banyans. Now, an interesting story from Jogja. There was so many. So, of course, banyans figuring into the iconography of Indonesian politics. So the political ecology of Indonesia, right, as it's depicted here. And one story from Jogja that I'll finish on is the story of a sultanate, a leader. I think it's this first Sultan the First. These two banyans were planted during the 18th century. But one of the banyans toppled over in 1988. And it was the ninth Sultan who passed away shortly after the banyan toppled over. And people thought that the banyan, in its grief and in its mourning for the loss of Sultan IX, died as a result of its grief, right? So this is a story that connects the banyan emotionally to, in this case, a sultan. So lots of interesting stories. So this is an example of how we can read a banyan through multiple sources, images, various texts, historical texts, literary texts, and our own photography and our own imagining of and observations of the tree, which we can call phenomenology, right? Phenomenology is when you experience that thing directly that you're studying. and you observe it from different angles, different perspectives, different times of the day. All right. Okay, so I think I'll leave it there, but that's certainly a plant agent for our times, the banyan. And finally, I just want to mention this term, the planthropocene. The planthropocene is proposed by a plant theorist named Natasha Myers, who said, well, you know, we have this deep evolutionary relationship to plants instead of the Anthropocene, which highlights human foibles and shortcomings, our human destruction of the planet. Why not highlight our symbiotic relationship to plants? Why not amplify that relationships in devising solutions to the various ecological crises that we face? And why don't we therefore enter a new era of connecting with the world around us, specifically through plants? And that term she proposed is the planthropocene, a very hopeful, forward-looking term. And I would argue that we have always been living in the planthropocene. And what art and literature allows us to do is awaken to that reality. It's not so much about forging new connections to plants to address the kind of global crisis that the Anthropocene signifies, but it's about awakening to what we already have, which is an incredible evolutionary relationship with plants, a world that is beautifully biodiverse if we can only preserve that biodiversity for future generations. And that it's really in this, through these relationships with the non-human world, that we can devise ways of living more sustainably on the planet. So plant humanities is one framework for imagining what's possible. Okay, so thanks very much for your attention. We may have some time for questions, and I'll look forward to seeing your responses in the chat. Thank you so much.
Right. Yes, thank you so much, John. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, we are very glad to hear that. Yeah, so thanks so much for the enriching talk and lecture. Yeah, so I say this is kind of lecture, yeah, for us. Yeah, John. This is a very incredible lecture, yeah, on plants. Yeah, plants humanities. So I cannot, because we have only limited time, John. So now, please, any questions? Raise your hands, or you can also write your question in the chat box, please. Yeah. So yeah, there's from Zeppelin. Yeah, you can talk directly to John Ryan, please.
Henricus, sorry, do I have the floor? Can I ask John a question?
Oh yeah, please, Pak David. Pak Dev,
Yeah.
silakan Pak Dev.
Yeah. John, thank you very much for a really insightful presentation. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot from it. I just had a question. So I was paying close attention to, you know, the if you like, the humanities approach, so the multidisciplinary approach. But one thing that I was waiting, I guess, to be covered was how economics features in this multidisciplinary approach, because it just seems to be the determinant of so many relationships as a society or across societies that we have with plants. Thank you.
Yes, that's a great point. Yeah, wow, the economic side, when we think of food plants, we think of horticultural and gardening plants, we think of the tendency to reduce trees to economic commodities, right? What's that called? Board feet, right? The board feet that a tree represents. It's a very reductionistic way of thinking about a tree, yet the economics are also essential for us as human beings to build homes and do what we do. So yeah, I think it's about transforming some of the existing economic paradigms, maybe more about the Schumacher type approach to economics, the small is beautiful approach. So looking at economics, perhaps less from the global perspective and looking at regional economics. So for example, what trees might be sustainably harvested in a particular region, and how can those sustainable harvests create viable economic models where people can have income uh, but not eradicate species and cause erosion and so forth. So I think with the plant humanities, yeah, certainly economics is an important point as well as part of this interdisciplinary exchange that plant humanities engages. And I think what plant humanities asks of us is to imagine sustainable economic models that factor plants into it. Of course, we have this very material relationship to plants that uh, we need plants for almost every aspect of life. And that comes along with certain economics. But I think the extractive economic models uh, are the problematic ones. So, when entire forest ecosystems are raised and then replanted, raised and then replanted, certain values are also degraded, right? So, for example, it could be the value of an old growth forest. An old growth forest has so many more values than its economics. It may be economically important, but it also is important for heritage. It's important for the ecology uh, as a home for various species that are adapted to old growth and so forth. So I would say in some plant humanities demands that we envision alternate economic models that allow plants to thrive, yet also allow human beings to derive livelihood from and connection to those plants. And to that, we might look towards some of the indigenous people, some indigenous models of plant cultivation. For example, um, uh, even in Java, I've seen some plantings that are biodiverse. There's so many species in these agricultural areas, right? And species certain plants are growing up the stems of other plants, and then other plants are planted within those plants, and it's creating an ecosystem in itself, but it's very much a working landscape, one that's harvested and one that provides food and fiber and so forth. And there's presumably a kind of sustainable economics at work in those systems. So yeah, thanks, David, for that.
Thank you so much, John. Because we have limited time, yeah, sorry, John. So we have to cut the long talk. Sorry about that. So the next question, even I haven't wrap up your talk yet, so I don't think it's necessary. Yeah? So audience can see or can read your PPT by yourselves later on, and or you can talk to Prof. John Ryan later on, yeah, after the webinar. Yeah. So now the next question from Zakwan. Yeah, please, Zakwan, deliver your question to Prof. Ryan.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Henry, and of course, thank you very much, Mr. John Ryan, for the again quite insightful talk. I echo Mr. David Rawson's words in the sense that what you've given us has been quite eye-opening, to be frank. And what I would like to touch on is this is a question that I've had even before the presentation started, is how can we as literature students, literature experts, spread these ideas of eco-criticism around? How can it be effective? Like, how can it be as effective or even more effective than, let's say, the volunteer work that climate activists do in the field, for example? How can we express that? And more importantly, since you've touched on plant humanities and phytocriticism, what are the most important aspects of phytocriticism, or even eco-criticism as a whole that we must focus on in particular. For me, what in my initial thought would be plant agency, as it really dives into the sort of psyche that plants have. And since humans are social, empathetic creatures, plant agency would be the most relatable to touch on in phytocriticism. But of course, we would like to know your opinion regarding this. What's the most important aspect of phytocriticism and ecocriticism as a whole for us to spread, and how can we how can us literature students and experts be as strong as, or even stronger than traditional efforts in climate activism and volunteering, for example? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question. Very good one. And I think what literature brings is transforming the dominant narratives that exist that underlie issues like climate change and deforestation and biodiversity loss, right? So that's literature's great power, is the capacity to render those narratives anew. Now, there are a number of practical ways that I think that can be implemented. One is to think of literature as a pedagogical medium. So literature can demonstrate certain positive environmental values, whether it's caring for forests or learning to see nature as more than an economic commodity, right? So it can be combined with pedagogy. That could be not only at the university level, but it could be going into schools and teaching poetry to enhance both literacy, but also ecological literacy. So I think you can cover many areas through certain works where you can teach reading and vocabulary and so forth, but also relations of care and also how literature allows us to understand the plant world, right, beyond botany. So that's the pedagogical aspect. And in my own work, I usually incorporate a creative writing aspect. And so it may be along with the criticism that either I'm writing my own creative work that engages with these ideas of plants as agents, or I'm working in the community, maybe providing poetry workshops, various, most recently in Finland, where I helped to coordinate an exhibition of art and poetry, addressing these ideas in relation to the forests of northern Finland that have been severely impacted by logging. So yeah, I would say just off the top of my head, there's that pedagogical aspect. And then there's how creative writing and other creative activities can provide means of seeing plants differently, recognizing their agency, and even having something like a non-scientific knowledge of plants. Many people think, well, I'm not a scientist, right? I'm not a botanist. Why should I deal with plants, or why should I deal with ecology? When in fact, ecology transcends any discipline because it's part and parcel of who we are. So yeah, those would be my first response. And in eco-criticism, there's been this debate about activist eco-criticism for many decades, right? To what extent should a scholar also engage in activism? And I think activism can be so much more than what we tend to think of it as protesting and campaigning and so forth. Activism can be engaging in the local community on a environmental educational capacity, but bringing literature to the fore, bringing creative writing to the fore. So yeah, those are some initial ideas, and I appreciate that question.
Thank you so much,
thank you very
John
much,
Ryan.
Mr. John Ryan, for the answers.
Okay.
You're
Yes,
welcome.
thank you
Thanks
so
so much.
much, John Ryan. Maybe there are still some other questions from the audience. Please, one or two question. Yeah, one or two more questions, I think, because time is actually is up. Because yeah, we will continue with the second speaker with Ibu Novita Dewi. So one or two more questions, please. Yes. So John, I want to ask about like the agency of plants. Yeah. Um, so how can we understand, let's say, the inherent qualities in plants? I mean, like, so people can be aware of protecting and preserving trees, yeah, in their surroundings, yeah, because most people usually don't understand or don't care about the properties of trees. Yeah, I mean, like what you said, I just read a book of biophilia, yeah, that trees actually like emit the chemical substances, yeah, terpenes, you know that, terpenes. So that's like the for the immunity, yeah, for so if people can realize this, maybe they will uh think about think about that, and maybe they might also be more wiser or be more let's say, yeah, yes, to not to let's say cut down trees, yeah, something like that. So yeah, in general, preserving trees. Yeah. Okay, maybe just
Yes.
give me short answer, John, because time
Mhm.
is up. So now Bunovita Devi is waiting for uh, the next turn to give her talk.
Yeah, I'll just say advocating for trees as heritage, right? That trees are part of the heritage of our community, and they're
Yes.
also fellow citizens of our community. There's been some developments recently in the world. One place in Canada, I think another in Japan, or no, France, where townships have recognized trees as having rights as fellow citizens of those towns. And so there's some action, some developments that are happening there. But I think number one, advocating for trees as heritage, not just as obstacles to our development. How we do that, we can take various approaches, and certainly as literary scholars, drawing from our powers as writers, as keepers of narrative, that's very important. So thank you. Thanks, Henrikus.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much, John Ryan, for a very enriching talk this morning. So let's give applause to Professor John Ryan. Yeah. Thank you so much, John Ryan.
Thank
So,
you. Thanks so
and
much, everyone. Okay.
happy American Independence Day, yeah, to you, John Ryan.
Oh, yes. Thanks a
Today's
lot. That's true.
American
That's
Independence
true.
Day, right?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Good. Thank you, Pa Henricos. Thanks for hosting
Yes,
me. Yes.
no problem. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Professor John C. Ryan, PhD, on plants as agents or plagents, reimagining the vitality of more than human life. Thank you very much as well for Pa Henricus, who has guided the discussion session. And now, it is with pleasure that I am about to hand over my microphone to the moderator of the second plenary session, Ibu Sri Sumaryani, MA, who will furthermore be the person in charge of the discussion. Ibu Yani is a lecturer at the English Literature Study Program of UNES. Ibu Yani, the time is completely yours.
Thank you so much, Devon. I just want to make sure that my microphone is on. Is it crystal clear, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a
crystal
pleasure.
clear.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure for me and also an honor that I was assigned to be the moderator for the second plenary session of Ellit 2026. So welcome to the second plenary session of Ellit 2026. And for this occasion, there will be a special guest who is about to accompany us this afternoon. And I'd like to say good afternoon to Professor Novita Dewi.
Good afternoon, Bu Sri.
Thank you so much, Professor Novita, for accompanying us this afternoon. I hope that all of the audience are ready to listen to your presentation. But before that, let me read your biography to introduce or reintroduce you to our audience, because I believe that all of them have been familiar with you or your works. So, Professor Dr. Novita Dewi, MSMA, PhD, is a full professor in literature at Sanata Dharma University, Indonesia. She's teaching various literature subjects in the undergraduate and graduate programs. Just for your information, ladies and gentlemen, she is one among the first 10 female professors at Sanata Dharma. And she has won several research grants, such as Asia Awards, an ASF Collaborative Grant, a Loyola University of Chicago International Research Project, an Erasmus Mundus Staff Mobility Award, and also several Indonesian government grants. Post-colonial literature, popular culture, language education, and eco-criticism are among her research interests. She also publishes internationally as well as in nationally accredited journals. So if you check her Google Scholar, you're going to find a lot of words. But I found that there's one highly cited work. It's a journal titled Ekokritik dalam Sastra Indonesia. Kajian sastra yang memihak, or if we translate it in English, it would be eco-criticism in Indonesian literature, committed or cited literary study. So today, the material that Professor Novita is about to share with us is related to one of her research interests, and it's eco-criticism. And the title of the presentation is Rivers That Resist, Repositioning Nature in Indonesian Anthropocene Short Stories. So without any further ado, Professor Novita, time is completely yours. You have around 1 hour, and I will let you know 10 minutes before your time is up.
Okay, Bu Sri, thank you so much for the fine introduction. And thank you all for staying in tune on Saturday. And usually Saturdays are very precious, but you decide to stay on, and this is really very encouraging. And of course, you have heard a lot of insightful knowledge from Pak John, and also I'm amazed at the discussion in the chat room that each one of you are already in the same plane. We are talking about the same language already, that indeed Anthropocene is our everyday word now. And I'm glad that you decide to stay to discuss this issue that is I think very important, and I personally invite you to really think about our environment and the way in which we human beings already kill environment. And it looks like even from the speech of the dean, the vice dean, and also the head of department, Bu Rahayu, also, and introduction of Pak Henricus, and certainly from Prof. John Ryan, it's clear that we human are the culprit. So indeed, when we talk about Anthropocene and Indonesia, we always talk about the environment that is affected, but very rarely do we realize that yes, we human beings are the cause of that disaster. And this is really very sad, because the story because in the Anthropocene, we flip the narrative. We flip the narrative, like all this. We blame the heat waves in Europe, and also Jogja is right now nice, a bit cool today unlike a few days ago. I don't know in Semarang, is it peeping hot still as usual? But Jogja is okay this time. But then again, we complain, we feel like, yes, this is the nature punish us like that, but never do we think that we, in fact, the one who harm nature. So today we are going to see that nature in literature, is not a static setting. So we proceed with our discussion here. We would like to show you that nature is not a static backdrop, but in fact, nature is the keeper, the record keeper, the record keeper of human vandalism of nature. So we will see here some of the and in fact what Pak John already said to us make my job much easier, because I don't have to go through the theory and framework. We can skip that later. I'm interested more in the discussion, and I will be looking at case studies using short stories, because indeed the way we see nature is very much shaped by language, and our ecological perspective is in fact molded by language that we see every day, and sometimes the language bombarded to us is not pro-nature, but in fact pro-human, and we have to flip the scenario. And okay, I think many of you have read about literature, or in the form of poem or short stories or novel that talk about nature, but very often, not always, not always, very often there are traditional story or a quite simplistic story about ecological disaster that harm human being. And later is seen that yes, we need to put nature as an agency, and I think it has been done quite recently, by some of us. Pak Henricus, for example, pay close attention to trees, in his many articles, he talked about trees and the agency of trees, very much like what Pak John said earlier on. And also here we have Pak Dave also, Pak Dave pay attention to tiger. So this is the non-human are also agent in a narrative, but is often forgotten because our attention is too much on ourselves. So that is the critic that we are. This is the thing that we need to address. For that, I will be using two authors. I'll take you to these authors because I think these two authors are very helpful, in showing to us about the necessity of addressing the agency of nature, that nature can speak, nature can listen, nature can feel, and that is something that is often forgotten. So we are going to travel, in fact, to travel to three specific Indonesian sites. We will go to the banks of the Kahayan River. That is from Pak Han Gagas. He is a fine short storyteller. He published a lot in Indonesian and also translated into English, for some of his work. And we go to the Kahayan River, to the bank of the river in Kalimantan. Then we move to Papua. We have another writer here, Ibu Wigati Yaktiningtas Mado here. He is an author and he is also a professor of language and literature in Universitas Cendrawasih. And he'll take us to the shore of Lake Sentani, where become the setting of her short story titled The Homeless Kande. and we move to the ancestral lands of the Sentani tribe also in Papua. Remember that back in 2009, if I remember it rightly, there was a big flood, because of in Sentani people suffer a lot, and we will see their works. But just as important as what people write, like these two authors, that is also as important as the way we read them. So here, instead of treating literary work like, remember that I said earlier on that literature can be a keeper, a record keeper, right? And so much as we pay attention to literature that seems to be, or that is meant to be eco-friendly, we also need to see how we read them. This is also as important. And I'd like to propose using these two authors. Hang on. Here, I will use the theoretical concepts, from two scholars here. One is from Val Plumwood. I'm sure that some of you have already used her theory also in your papers, also in the presentation. Perhaps I browsed through the program, and I noticed that some of you also discuss about nature and ecofeminism, and maybe you come across this author. So I will look at Val Plumwood, because I noticed that her theory is very important. In her concept, central to her concept is the domination of man over woman goes hand in hand like the domination of people toward nature, and we have to see that nature is a participant also in the story. They are not a passive one, but an active one. Nature that can act, nature that can speak, nature that can feel. We need to treat nature as the earth other, not simply object, but the earth other. So nature is our fellow also. And we move to Aaron Stieber. He's a linguistic professor, and for Aaron Stieber, it is important that we pay attention to the language that we use, because the language we use shape our attitude about nature. Sometimes we talk about, for instance, the way we see progress. For instance, we often think that progress is more important, and growth. We usually forget that growth is oftentimes collided with greed, but we ignore that. What we want is to develop, to build, to progress, and that one is against the beauty of nature, the nature that can contribute, to our sustainability, but the desire to control nature, that is, I think, the dominant discourse that is that we have every day, and that is to be stopped. Okay. Hang on. Let me see. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Oh, I lost my screen. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here, when we talk about eco-linguistic and the way language shape our behavior toward nature, we will realize that, in fact, our ecological awareness is shaped by the way we speak about our environment. So we have to start talking. So Aaron Stieber propose the so-called beneficial discourse vis-a-vis the discourse that is not beneficial, yeah. And we also talk about ambivalent discourse that is like flip-flop, yeah, whether okay. Usually this is the language of the corporate. They say that okay, I'm pro nature, but in fact it is not, yeah. And Stieber underlined the fact that when we talk about conservation or environmental issue, it is not as simple as say switch off the light bulb or use what is it, recycled bottle. It's not just that, but sometimes we tend to see that yes, it is good to have development of new site for theme park, for instance, because it is park, right? It is good, but you don't know how many houses are destroyed to make way for the formation or the building of the park, like that. So here things that is always need to be questioned from time to time, yeah. So we will be using these two theories, but why we need to use these theories? Because both theories help to demonstrate, yeah, how the stories that we are going to discuss rethink about environmental ethics. And how we do it? By giving voice, yeah, by giving voice to the rivers, Kahayan River, to the lake, and also the land that we are going to see in a minute. Okay, we'll see. I think I can just go to this. Oh, okay. But more importantly is the when we combine these two theories, then we will see the dimension, yeah, of the non-human agency that is often neglected in the discussion, in the conversation. So when we look at literature through ecological lens, for instance, we stop seeing nature as just a thing. Pak John already explained to you, yeah, that the plant can speak, the banyan tree can actually speak, and they also have nerve, yeah, that can grow, yeah, they have memory also. So we stop seeing nature as just a backdrop. But it is not just a backdrop for human stories, but it has its own voice, yeah. It has its own agency because nature can act, yeah, can act. So nature as a as a keeper, record keeper, so they can act, and nature can also respond, can resist, yeah, if things are not good and thing goes wrong. Nature can also resist, and finally nature can make meaning, yeah, can make meaning. And we talk about the interconnected of life, yeah. Nature cannot stand alone without human being, and likewise human being is nothing without nature. So you see, the nature is there because it has meaning. So we with that we can move to the story itself. I wish I can give you but if you are interested, I can give you a copy of the story for you to read, yeah, both in English and in Indonesian. But I think I can briefly tell you the story written by Hans Gagas, yeah. Pak Hans, tell us about the life of Mai Weni. So who is Mai Weni? Mai Weni is a Kalimantan girl, a science graduate, the first female science graduate, yeah, in her remote village. She returns after studying from Jogja, yeah. I think because the setting is in Jogja, I don't know why Pak Hans chose Jogja as the setting, but surely he must have had something in mind when writing about Mawinai here. So she finished her study in Jogja and returned to her hometown, to her village, yeah. But she was so shocked because the river, the Kahayan river of her childhood, turned into like a very soil dirty river, yeah, oily, yeah, because manufacturing companies and also residue from oil plantation and many, and also this one, yeah, the river that is steamed now with a lot of industrial debris harm the river of her life. Yeah, when she was young, she used to playing with her friends in the river, but now the river is dirty. Yeah, and her anger, yeah, or her sadness actually reach out its limit when a boy, 5-year-old boy, Hanja, yeah, died of mysterious illness. The local dukun, yeah, the local healer cannot cure him, because it's said to be that the boy said to have mysterious illness just like that. But apparently it's I think something to do with virus, yeah. That is because they every day drink water from the same river. So here the river become very much in our eyes, yeah. If we use anthropocentric, if we use our anthropocentric view, the river become very violent. But we do not. But we need to rethink about it. Look, you have to wait to see the whole story, and we realize that as the story progress, then we know that the vandalism took place in the river. People used to have a very nice place to play with, especially children. Yeah, no more now, because a lot of industrial waste is dumped into the river. So here you see the river resists by also showing her role. That is what? By having these cuckoos, the crying cuckoos. Yeah, the bird does not. The bird sings hoarsely, saying that, look, there are many things are happening here. A lot of pollution here. So the singing is not a very bird singing that is melodious, but that is mysterious and eerie, yeah, very fearful. So here you see how river can listen, can hear, and can react. Okay, now giving a kind of warning, yeah, giving warning that, look, this is dangerous here. The place is no longer a nice place. That is because human beings are doing a lot of harm to that river. Now we move to the second. We move to Papua. Yeah, here the story by Ibu Wikati. Here you see the lake that is used to be nice, yeah, nice, serene, yeah. A lot of pollution also, yeah, plastic, everything is thrown to the lake. The result of which, the fish, the candy fish that is usually there is no longer found. Yeah, the fish move to the center of the water that is still pure. So they cannot. What you have in that lake now, that people in that area can only eat predatory fish that is not good, and sometimes they are very poisonous, because the fish eat a lot of debris, yeah, from the plastic waste and other stuff that is not supposed to be in the lake. So here the river reacts. So even the candy fish doesn't like to be there anymore. Yeah, the fish disappear. So I'm thinking of this like the handbook of all the environmental readers, like Silent Spring, yeah, by Rachel Carson, where the bird do not want to sing anymore because the place is no longer a nice place. The bird migrate. Yeah, no children play at the garden because people poison the place. Yeah, similar to that. Yeah, but it's in Indonesian setting, and that is true. Yeah, what Rachel Carson wrote, like how many years ago? Yeah. I think the book was written around 1950s or something. Now I think it is repeated because it is also it's here. Yeah, it's true. And maybe later you can share what place in your area. Like I'm following Pak John. Yeah, at the heart of it is at the heart of all this is teaching. Like Pak Henry could say, it's like a lecture. Yeah, it's a Saturday class. Yeah, additional Saturday class. I will ask you later to share, yeah, which place in your area is already polluted and no longer a place for you to hide, to find shelter, to find peace. Yeah, we can discuss that later. Now, still in Papua, yeah, we move to the last story, The Eye of God, still by the same author, Pugigati. Eye of God here refers to the sun. Yeah, the sun watch everything. That the sun actually has the eye, can see what is going on when people do harm to the environment. So the story follow the rivalry. Yeah, the story talk about the rivalry of two siblings. Yeah, Ayub and his brother. Ayub would like to sell their ancestral land, a piece of land that they want to sell, perhaps for Peter or for a nice bit. Yeah, I want to sell, and of course the brother refused to agree, yeah, with that transaction. So here the narrator is the wife of one of the brothers, go to Ondolovo. So what is Ondolovo? Ondolovo is a tua-tua, yeah. He is an artist actually, yeah, because he sings Ehabla, that is the traditional Sentani oral poem, yeah. He is a wise man where people often come to his advice and help them to make decisions sometimes. Yeah, and the Ondolovo tells about the danger, yeah, of going of transgressing, yeah, the border of traditional land laws, yeah, and telling stories that God, or the eye of God, the sun sees everything. If you do things wrong, disaster will ensue. Something to that, something like that. Yeah, and here, luckily the family agree. They reunite. I mean, they reconcile. They no longer quarrel, and they decide that the land there is not individually owned, but it belongs to the community. So here you see, nature can give perspective. Yeah, the dimension. Remember the as a witness that you can resist, and the one that can also give meaning, the interrelation, the interconnectedness. Yeah, that it has meaning because there is nothing that is not linked to each other, and the story here act, yeah, or function as the one that bind together. So in fact, when we come back to the use of theory that I mentioned about, yeah, Aaron Stieber talk about the beneficial discourse, yeah, the rather than the destructive discourse, yeah, the beneficial discourse call for the use of short stories, poem, yeah, poetry, to make us realize about the importance of nature. And I flip through the presentation later this afternoon. Yeah, many of you use like multimedia, yeah, in order to raise awareness, yeah, about the importance of nature, yeah, the agency of nature, that nature has feeling, is a sentient being also. So that is actually the function of beneficial discourse. And the philosophy is living. We have to live, continue living. Yeah. So we have to see, we have to relate with nature ethically. Yeah. So I think these three stories can help us. Yeah, can help us see the importance of nature to us and how much damage that we have done to nature. So it is no longer for our own benefit, but for all, yeah, because everything is interrelated. So the idea of progress, the Pope Francis talk about technocratic paradigm, yeah, that is everything. The solution of this is modernization, industry, modernity is no longer, is not. We don't buy to it anymore. Yeah, the eco narrative is the eco friendly. Yeah, the way the language to shape our. We need to use language that shape our attitude toward nature with empathy, because nature is our fellow being. Yeah. Okay, so if we look at this comparative analysis, yeah, that the Ondolovo myth and traditional wisdom, they are rich with that. They are rich with stories about the necessity of protecting our environment. Yeah, this is something that we nurture. Yeah, because it is really sad. Yeah, that the local wisdom, the very many, yeah, the indigenous local wisdom shapes Nusantara, shapes our country. That nature and human are connected. That we are connected to nature. Yeah, you can see that. But the thing, yeah, because of the scenario is changed because this Anthropocene. So what we need to do is I think we need to change, yeah, to change our desire, yeah, to build, to develop, to progress, to grow, yeah. We need to hear narratives that transform, yeah, transform our attitude toward nature. So we need to listen to stories like myth, yeah, or songs, like traditional song, for instance, yeah, poetry, yeah. So that we can, to help us shift, yeah, from the passion, the desire, the drive, if you like, yeah, the drive to rule the land, yeah, to learning how to take care of our land, yeah. So we need that. We need that kind of exposure a lot to that, rather than the destructive discourse like, okay, build, this is good, yeah, this is good. You need to follow the progress in big city where you have everything automatically operate for you. Yeah, for that we need to think of the other way, the flip our the way we see. Yeah, change our perspective. Okay, so if you would like, yeah, here you see the witness. Why nature can witness? Yes. The river, the Kahayan River that is polluted, it can be, nature can show it. The river that used to be very clear now is murky, yeah, with mud, with oil, yeah. So it's very clear. And in a homeless country, the witness that nature can see, yeah, nature can witness is true from the plastic waste, right? And the disappearance of the fish, yeah, and from Eye of God is very clear. The Onolofo tell us stories about the importance of preserving our environment and that God is watching us. And what about reactive? That river, lake, and land can resist, yeah, can resist human treatment, human vandalism, if you like, yeah. The cuckoo no longer sing a nice song, but shrieking, yeah, very frightening at night, especially, yeah. And it also gives a kind of what is it, like premonition, like a hint that Hanja, the 5-year-old boy, died very soon because of the mysterious illness. So people listen to the kuko. If kuko sing at night, there will be a lot of trouble here because people will die. So the people in living near the Kahayan River become very watchful. Yeah, okay, so what is going on here? And what about the reaction of the fish in the lake Sentani? Yeah, they disappear, right? The fish disappear, let the fish go away, come to the center, and leaving people with fish which is not nice to eat. Yeah, for instance. And of course, here it's very, very clear that whoever violate the traditional land laws, problem will occur. So here you see nature gave reaction. And what about relational? Yes, that is very clear that everything is interconnected. You cannot survive without nature. Nature maybe can survive without us, but not the other way around. Yeah. All right. So here we need to shift. Yeah, we need to change our attitude. Yeah, and with that story, we change the story, not simply a simple story about environmental tragedy, but it is a story that nature partake a lot. Yeah, that we have to give agency, we have to give role to nature because it shapes. It shapes our relationship. So I think we need to see literary work using that ecocentric land, and earlier we have a lot of ways to do that. Now if you are interested in plant, now you have this phytocriticism, you see, using plant in mind. Yeah, this is good, and maybe later on you can develop your own interest. Yeah, that making agency of nature more obvious. Yeah. And then again, language is very important here, because the way our attitude toward in our environment is shaped by the way we narrate. Yeah, the way we narrate the story. Hang on. Because literature fosters, help us foster new ecological awareness. Yeah, if you it gives us a new way of seeing things. Yeah, we frame nature as an active participant. Yeah, an active participant that needs to be accounted for. Yeah, that demands. Yeah, that demand ethics of care. Yeah, so we have to really kill our own desire to conquer, to rule nature, but change our attitude to the care of nature, because all of us are interconnected. So literature can help us way to see it. If it happens that you don't see literary work that describe nature, that only describe nature as a backdrop, then you can use theory to unravel, to criticize that, look, there is the dimension that is missing. It doesn't recognize the contribution of nature here, the importance of for instance, lake in the story, for instance, the bush in the story, or the mountain in the story. I noticed in the chat box there that some of the places that you like to go is beaches, mountains. See how they are treated by us. Yeah, see how important they are. You don't stop at admiring them only, but see how they actually shape our relationship. So remember that three component: to witness, to resist, and also the relation. Yeah, the way we the way we relate, yeah, with nature. So I think I will leave you with the quote from the story. This is the fish speak. So here you see a story that made nature an agent, a role that is a participant, yeah, and having an active role. We give life to the fish. The fish is dirty, so the lake is dirty, so the fish disappear. Yeah, and here is one of the comment made by the protagonist in the story. If the lake is dirty, not only I, even the candy will be reluctant to come back. So the bottom line is that, okay, when we poison nature, we also poison our heart also. Yeah, dirty dirty nature is dirty mind also, perhaps. Yeah, so I will leave you with that, and I really wish to have some comment and questions here, because I noticed that many of you have already invested your time, your precious Saturday time with us. So I'm very touched with that. So please, I think I will return the mic to Sri. Okay, I will stop sharing here.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Novita. So it's such an interesting way of seeing plants, nature, ecosystem not as passive beings, but also but as active agents. Well, this is also interesting, especially for our students, because in classes, lots of them are interested to navigate their research in the eco-critical studies, but then they're still confused, in my opinion, on how to position themselves as a being that considers other beings as active as them, because probably we've been long being occupied by the anthropocentric point of view. So with this presentation that you have just shared to us, I hope that if there are students who are still confused or want to know more about this issue, then feel free to ask in the chat box or share your thoughts with Professor Novita directly. So please, everyone, if you have any questions or comments, feel free. Yes, Mr. David Rawson.
Thank you for a great presentation. I really enjoyed the insights that you shared with us. It's really interesting how in that analysis, essentially nature becomes an actor. And so you're to looking at stories in terms of actors and characters, and here you've revealed how nature is a character. It's an actor in the story. I'm just interested in your thoughts about, and it came up with John's discussion as well, how you would define or how you would describe eco-narratives compared to other narratives.
Oh, thank you for the question, Pak John. I directly answer, yeah, Pusri, or not? Okay,
please,
all right.
Please, Professor.
Yes, all right then. Yeah, Aaron Stieber offer three tenets, yeah, the destructive discourse, the beneficial discourse, and also the ambivalent discourse, Pak Dev. So the beneficial discourse is discourse that in fact pro-environment, and very often literary work, traditional song like that are pro-literature, pro environment like that. And well, it is interesting, but the one that is always ambivalent and maybe sustainable, what is it, the company that the company usually give every year, the report, the annual report,
CSR,
the apa
CSR?
namanya Bu?
CSR,
yes, yes, corporate sustainability report. Yeah. Usually it's like that. You talk about Well, our company is doing good with the environment by building this and patronizing that or activity, but in fact it is a way to evade the responsibility. So this is the ambivalent discourse that is often seen in and CSR. Yeah, many corporate sustainability report is actually a way to whitewash what they are doing, and many studies are on that issue already. The benefit, the destructive discourse is the discourse that incorporate development with greed, of course. Yeah, that one. And there are a lot of linguistic aspect that you can use, yeah, to see how the from the choice of words, modality, and all that. I think here Professor Tommy, yeah, is the expert in ecolinguistic. Maybe I hope and pray that Prof. Tommy recover very soon, so that he will be able to help all of us, yeah, in doing that. I'm still learning about ecolinguistic, but I'm really interested because Aaron Stieber are using things that are they are to me quite interesting, yeah, like advertisement and yeah, songs and movies, and see and allow us to see language critically. In what way, nature is narrated, yeah, in our everyday life, and we have to then move to that direction, the ecosophy, the living. Yeah, I hope it helps to answer.
I hope it
Thank you, Purnagi.
answers your question, Mr. David Lawson. Okay, we move to the next person. So I believe it's Zakwan. Zakwan, please, if you have any question, just shoot.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Nofita Dewi for the very insightful lecture. And yes, it is a lecture, as Henry said, it's very much a lecture. And I would like to touch on what you mentioned with the story. You mentioned the story in Yogya. This woman came back to her hometown, and the boy was contracted a very serious illness, and the first thought was to since there were like mysterious circumstances to this illness, the first thought was to go to the dukan, or the witch doctor. And this actually touches on a very interesting conundrum that we have in Indonesia, which is that people, their first thought whenever something mysterious gets uh, gets to them is they go to the witch doctor instead of investigating further and seeing whether or not this is there's a logical explanation to it. And I would like to ask, how do we as how do we as people who are knowledge and experience in literature, how do we make sure that these things don't happen? How do we make sure that society at large, especially in Indonesia, does not turn towards these witch doctors for explanations towards very natural phenomena? Because the boy actually, what the problem with the boy was like there was this ecological disaster happening nearby him, and that caused his illness, right? That was the thing. How do we make sure like that doesn't happen? Maybe like in the this touches on eco criticism, because very much witch doctors, they their knowledge comes from nature mostly. And how do we advance that? How do we move past that and into more scientific approaches towards these things. Thank you very much, Miss Lapita Devi.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pak Zakwan. Yeah. You are interested in climbing mountain, and I'm sure that you are also interested in probing further into the importance of traditional healer. Yeah. Um, uh, we are wondering whether modern medicine can solve the problem immediately. So I think here Gagas, the author, is making criticism a lot about the poverty. Yeah? Not everyone is able actually to see to have medication medical assistance. Yeah, traditional doctor usually is cheaper, and I think people feel more intimate, more secure, because they usually pray for us like that. Yeah, and going to clinic maybe is no one can afford. Yeah, I don't know that is the time setting doesn't mention that this is the time of BPJS or not. Yeah, but you see, the boy Hanja maybe have to wait if the parents want to queue for BPJS, and the easiest way is to go to traditional doctor. But sometimes I think it is time also to test out, yeah, actually to caliber, to test out that who knows that traditional medicine is more powerful. Usually it works well with people with small illness like that, but it doesn't cure, it doesn't help with the body, because the river is poison. So I think this is a very hard criticism. The poisonous river is so severe that it cannot cure, that it kills. The vandalism in the Kahayan River is so alarming that even illness cannot be cured like that. Yeah, so I think it is a critic, yeah, a critic toward the heavily polluted caused by human. Because if you go through the story, you realize that Maiweni with her friends try to talk to the authority to take care of this one, and yeah, that is true, because in the river they put all the excavator for mining, for coal mining there, and of course a lot of problem occur there. Yeah, the the river is no longer clear, yeah, because it is polluted, and a lot of heavy machinery are put in the river. So it's easy to predict that the river become poisonous, yeah, with all these things. And even a simple stomachache cannot be cured like that. So the boy died. So here a critic about the incapability of health issue also, yeah, in a remote place like Kahayan River, people living near Kahayan River, yeah, yeah. But it's yeah. Thank you, Pak Zakwan. Yeah, it's I think. Using eco-narrative, we are invited, yeah, we are called upon to look at the wisdom, the local wisdom, because who knows, it does better. I think the idea that Western medicine is better than local traditional herb is, I think this is the destructive discourse also to say. You get sick, you go to sometimes when I feel like I don't feel happy, I don't go and see a doctor, yeah, because they will give you some medicine, and yeah, you will be forced to eat poison after poison. Yeah, I just stay eating good food, right, eating good healthy food, and sleep. And you actually do not use your Saturday for studying. This is good, it's medicine also, you know. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, Professor
Yeah, thank
Novita
you.
and Zakwan. I hope that it has answered your question. Now we move directly to the third
Yes, thank you, Miss Novita.
person. Devon, I see somebody's raising her hand. Devon, please.
The MC.
Correct.
And the MC is using her power to ask question. Okay,
Correct.
that's okay, Devon. Yeah.
Please, Devon.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, ma'am. My question is, for people living in big cities, there's not much of a green space anymore, as I am one of those people. That means it's already very anthropocene. What's your response to this situation, Professor Navita?
That say that again. That living in a city is no longer you are, yeah, you are, it
There's
is
not
lost, yeah.
space or nature. Mm-mm.
Yeah, you are deprived of the beauty of nature because you live in the city. Yeah, it is of course inevitable. I think because now the here especially more and more I think promoted that look, living in a city is better than living in the countryside. So everyone, please find job in the city and don't return to your hometown and build your kampung there. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but it is progress is inevitable. But you have to pay attention also that you know some benefit from that progress, but some are not. So in fact, the cry of the people is the cry. The cry of the poor is the cry of the earth. That is true. Yeah, yeah. Pope Francis talk about that. When the earth cry, it is the poor people who cry, not the rich people. They are okay. Yeah. So here you see the imbalance. Yeah. The that is not balanced. This is the global inequity. So this is the technocratic paradigm that saying yes, progress is good, but good for whom? Good for the developer, good for the local authority who benefit from the developer. Yeah, but not for people who are pushed aside. Yeah, their home are taken away to make way for government project. Yeah, yeah, you see. Yeah, I'm good that you are still aware of the life in the city that is no longer, yeah, the serene beauty of the pastoral beauty of the kampung that you used to have. Yeah, yeah. And where do you live, Devon? Where are you from and where do you live? You are in Semarang now, yeah?
I am in Semarang now, but originally I'm from Bekasi.
From? From Bekasi.
Bekasi.
Bekasi, yeah. Bekasi is progressing a lot also, yeah. Many places are are made to supermarket and mall already, right? And ini apa? The housing apartment and everything, many, yeah, many tempat kos there, yeah. Student hostels a lot in Bekasi, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, Devon, I hope it has answered your question. Okay.
Yes, it is a very interesting knowledge to learn. Thank you very much, Professor Navita.
Yeah, thank you, Devon. Yeah.
Now we move to the next person. So I've seen that there's a question in the chat box.
Oh,
it's
yes,
from
yes.
Akila.
Oh, yes,
Akila, do you want to say or direct the question directly to Professor Novita?
Oh, okay. Hi, Akila. Yeah,
Hello,
I
Professor.
yeah, yeah. You want to say it again
Yeah.
to make everyone listen and take advantage of that? Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Akila Fauzia from English Literature major. So my question is, when we describe nature's perspectives in literary analysis, how much imaginations can we use, Prof? Should our interpretations always be supported by evidence from the text, or how much imagination like that?
Yeah, okay, Akila, can we really quantify imagination? Is it
like
yeah, I think it will flows. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it just flow naturally like that. Yes, supporting support from the evidence from the text is there. So you interpret, when you interpret, you make a kind of speculation. You read it first and then you speculate usually, and then after speculation you look at the using the perspectives that guide you, like what kind of theory you are using, yeah, to guide you to answer the question, and then you interpret the result, you give support from the text. Like for instance, in a slide I show you, the last slide that I show you, one of the narrator, one of the characters said, if I don't want to live here, what's more is the fish. The fish doesn't want to live here. I don't want to live here, something like that. So you see from the text, and I think your imagination can develop by yourself. You don't need to quantify. I think the fact that you are interested in doing English literature, you use a lot of imagination already, and it is imagination that we can develop. Yeah, we need imagination to really live. The ecosophy of living, you need to imagine the world that is equal, that it is not a utopia dream, but a world that recognizes the presence of the earth other. It's already an imagination. Yeah, we don't treat nature as object anymore, but participant in our journey. Yeah, so we are sailing this. We sail together. Yeah.
Okay.
To the
Thank
green
you so
world,
much,
yeah.
Professor.
I wish you all the best with your thesis. Yeah.
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 Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your answer. It's quite interesting and add my knowledge wider.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Akila. Others, if you have questions or probably comments to Professor Novita's presentation or the idea about the eco-narratives that she has just presented, feel free to join in the discussion.
Yani, maybe I have a question to
please,
Prof.
Pak
Novita.
Hendrikus.
Yes, Bu Novita, maybe what you just talk is deals with like indigenous eco-criticism, maybe indigenous eco-criticism, like Kahayan, if I'm not mistaken, in Kalimantan, right? In Kalimantan,
yes,
Bu Novi.
Yes.
Yeah, so just like what you mentioned, like local wisdom, something like that, we can take from local plants, something like that, like herbal medicine, something like that. So actually, I'm also kind of wondering about indigenous community with their closeness to nature, especially to plants. Yeah. So what do you think about how can we strengthen like the indigenous wisdom or local wisdom? Yeah. Despite the globalization as well as the growing materialism, growing technology. So what do you think about that, Bu Novita?
Yeah.
So what do you suggest how we could strengthen the local wisdom from its community in Indonesia, especially in Indonesia? Yeah, so we have like many or various indigenous communities, yeah, like in Kalimantan, in Sumatra, also in Java, maybe in Jogja, there are also, yeah, like local villagers who still hold on to like indigenous wisdom, like ecological wisdom, local ecological wisdom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hendrikus, for your concern about the possible disappearance of ecological wisdom. Yeah, Nusantara, Indonesia, our archipelagic country here, is actually a powerhouse of indigenous knowledge. Yeah, there are many from east to west, but it is often neglected. Like Puwikati, for instance, she is an expert in Habla, that is a oral literature. The chant or the song is very simple actually, but it is rich, yeah, with ecological wisdom. Like for instance, the Sentani people, especially, they know exactly the type of wood that they need to, that they can cut or they cannot cut, and for what specific purpose. So like this thick wood cannot be used to make a canoe, for instance, but it can be used only for different purposes, kitchen utensil, for instance. But that the other wood can only be used for firewood, for instance. They are so intimate with nature that they know. They can name the wood. They can name even the birds. Yeah, not to mention the birds. And I think because of that, they practice sustainability. So they don't cut the wood randomly. Yeah. But here we have illegal logging. Yeah, do it randomly. Although all these the wisdom are preserved in the story like that, in the ehabla, in the oral poem that the ondolofo that I spoke about keep. They can sing, but how many people can still sing that can still preserve the chant? So I think it will be good if even students of English, yeah, pay attention to local wisdom like that, and what is it, translate, yeah, maybe translate into English, into Indonesian first, yeah, so trilingual, so that they preserve, because they contain a lot of local knowledge, yeah, that is often forgotten, that is often killed off, yeah, by modernity, saying that oh, this one is this is only superstitious, like that, yeah. And the name of birds also, type of bird, the bird that appears only at certain time of the year, yeah, you see, that is preserved in local stories, for instance. The job of us, our literature student, is to uncover this one, and maybe to take care of that, yeah? And with a lot of theories from phyto criticism, planto criticism, I think that will be a lot, yeah. And you already started with poetry about trees, right, Pak Henricus? Now you deal with American poetry. Now maybe you can deal with indigenous
Indonesian,
poetry. That will be
right?
good. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Yes,
because this is
yes.
our own. Yeah.
But it is, in fact, rather rare, Bu Novita, Indonesian poetry that talks about plants, about trees. It's
Yes.
rather
Yes.
rare, yeah. So
Mm, mm,
it's easier to
mm.
find in Western poetry.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
right.
But we can
Yes,
actually find alternative through creative writing. Maybe you
right.
can
That's right.
hold
Yeah.
a program of creative writing
Yes,
hosted
yes.
by UNES. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
students are very enthusiastic.
Yes,
I'm sure that they can write. Yeah,
yes. Right, right.
Aquila, Devon, for instance, can start
Yes.
writing up poetry about
Yeah, yeah.
hometown, about
Yes.
plants, about
Yeah.
animals. Yeah,
Right.
then you create. Then you create.
Yes.
And
Right.
I think I just need to mention it's not a promotion, but I think because I did that myself. There is a journal in Malaysia from Islamic University in Malaysia. That journal accept creative writing like poetry, translated story. I translated a short story, and then it is published. And for the latest issue, I just received the latest issue. There is a poem written by Indonesian writer, so that means that the name of, yeah, the Asiatic journal, maybe you can write, yeah?
Asiatic. Yeah.
Asiatic journal.
Yes.
This is
Probably
from.
you can send us the link later, Bu Novita. The
Oh
link of the
yes, yes,
journal,
yeah,
the name of the
yeah, yeah.
journal,
I'll,
please.
I'll give it. Yeah,
Yes.
Asiatic Journal. It gives you because I translate my short story, and they are welcome with this one, and I think this is good. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Bu Novita, for the enriching talk. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much.
Professor Novita, and also Pak Henricus, who has asked the question. I will invite a more audience if you have questions or comments to Professor Novita's presentation, or the explanation about eco-narratives. Feel free. We still have around 7 minutes more. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's one.
No worries. Everyone is hungry now by now. I
Oh.
think.
Oh yeah, by the way,
That
thank
is
you.
that is the link of the journal that you can
Yeah.
browse. Yeah, because Mahmoud is my friend. I think this is a very nice journal. Yeah, it's and
Okay.
it's free. Yeah.
Oh, that's
From
perfect. We
yeah.
will share it with our colleagues and also students who knows that there are
Yeah,
some of them who
yeah,
are interested to
yeah,
send their works. By the way,
yeah.
there's one response in the chat box. It's from Marshall. Is Marshall here?
Mm-hmm.
Probably you want to direct the question to Professor Novita.
Oh, okay, Marcia. Yeah, Marcia, are you here? Yeah. Oh, okay. I
Is
just read for
Marshall
in
here?
the for in the
Yeah.
interest of time. Yeah, Marcia, you're here. Yeah.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Written. Yes, yes.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you for notice. Song lyrics, yeah, language learner. Oh yes, they are not all my writing. I read it to co-writing with my students. Yes, my students are interested in song lyric. I have one student whose passion is only music and music, yeah, and he is at the verge of drop out, and I said, okay, Joe, why don't you just write about how music can heal, and I asked him to choose among the rock music that he liked very much, because he is a band member of a band, and oh yeah, there are who that is talking about environment. So that way you enter the door you enter into his door and out into our door. That is, our door is eco-critic, right? But we penetrate into his interest in rock music, and I asked him to see whether in the rock music you can see something related to nature, and it works very well. So yes, yeah. So I think what is it, teacher, in Japanese we say guru ora kurang lakon, ya Pak Dev. You know what it means, Pak Dev? Guru ora kurang lakon, ya. If you are a teacher, then you can do and you can do almost everything, yeah. And now now the students are very clever, they are very tech savvy, they can find resources, yeah. My PPT, for instance, it is my student. Hello, Mary, if you are here, Mary Christine, make my PPT. I just instruct her. Okay, I wouldn't be able to make a PPT like that. I have no time to look. That is why I was surprised that Pak Ruli made that background, because when he was a student in Sanata Dharma, he is not known as tech savvy, but now he make now, yeah. Student can do that, and I think we should be grateful, because we are teachers of language and literature. Yeah, we have many ways to actually make use of the talents by the young people. Now they have a lot. They know a lot about technology. They can just encourage them that the content should be eco pro environment. That we should encourage our students to talk about beneficial discourse. Yeah, that agency of nature is important, that our interconnectedness, yeah, that our world is a common home, yeah, for all of us. It should be sort of ideology that we need to foster, yeah, to our students, that look, we have been abusing nature so much. The time is not to stop, yeah. And this, as a teacher, we can encourage them. We can force them to do that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Novita and Marshall. I hope that it has answered your question. We still have 3 more minutes. I'm
No
seeing,
need to use it up, Pusri.
yeah, but I'm seeing that Mr. David Rosen is raising a hand. So therefore, Mr. David, if you have a question or comments within these 3 minutes, please.
Yeah. It was just a follow-up to a comment that you made earlier in your answer, just regarding eco-narratives, and you were talking about CSRs, and there's a narrative, eco-narrative in CSRs. Do you think that the theory that you've explained and used to study eco-narratives in literature could be used to study eco-narratives in non-literary eco-narratives like CSRs or
Yes.
Could it be
Yes, yes.
applied more widely?
Yes, yes. Short answer, yes, because I co-write two articles talking about the sustainability report of fishery companies. I think I can share you the article. Yes.
Well, thank you so
I
much.
yeah. I co-write with my colleague in linguistic, and the other one is from the Faculty of Economy. I asked her the material, yeah, because she has access to a lot of CSR, like sustainability report, and we look at only two. There are 10 actually in Indonesia about the fishery companies in Indonesia that sell like fish cake, shrimp, like that, and the reports are open to public, and we look at it and we highlight only a few that really actually talk mostly ambivalent discourse. Yeah, they are not so much talking about they are promoting their own way of doing the product, but not very much pro invite pro ocean, if you like. Yeah, you can see very clearly, so it's very clear. And for some reason they try to hide, yeah, they try to hide some issues about the necessity of not using a lot of dangerous um, dangerous substance that may become pollutant to the river, for instance. But they do it in such a way that they are expert in doing the CSR, but ambivalent discourse is abound there. You can see it very clearly. Otherwise, they don't pass and they simply label it passed the SDG 4, yeah, and it passed the SDG 13 about water, and it passed SDG 12 about consumption. So they are so clever, and the very flashy, colorful book that report about their sustainability effort. Yeah. So I think yes, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Professor Novita, and also the question from Mr. David Rawson. It's exactly 12:01, so I hope that those who are curious with their questions can ask later. Moreover, Professor Novita has also put her email on the
Oh yes.
PPT that
Mm.
we're hopefully about to share later to the
Mm.
participants. So thank you so much, Professor Novita, for being with us this afternoon and sharing your meaningful thoughts and also words with us. We really appreciate it. And we believe that our students and also colleagues are also getting a lot of insightful lens and also perspectives about eco-criticism and moreover eco-narratives. Thank you
I
so
say I'm
much.
into that. Thank
Thank
you
you so
so much,
much.
everyone. Thank you so much. So it's
I
after lunch break, there are still presentation, right?
correct.
Yes, right.
The
Yes, yeah. I think I
parallel
will join one
sessions.
of them. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
Pusri.
Right. Thank
Thank
you,
you
Bu
so much,
You're
Novi.
Pak
Thank you
welcome.
Henrikus,
very
Pak
much, Bu
Dev, everyone.
Novi.
Thank you
Yeah.
for having me.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Pak. Thank
enjoy.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, I hand over my microphone then to Devon as the master of ceremony today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished joining an engaging discussion with Professor Novita Dewi, PhD, on rivers that resist, repositioning nature in Indonesian Anthropocene short stories. Thank you very much as well for Ibu Yani, who has guided the discussion session. As the plenary session with Professor Novita Dewi is already finished, we are about to have a lunch break until 1 p.m. and then we'll have our parallel session. And don't forget to come back to the breakout room, everyone. Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
but Devon, what about the certificate? Don't you send the certificate to Bu Novita and John Ryan, actually? The certificate, is it
It will
available?
be sent after the event, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
study program has been accredited internationally by ECA. Study program has been accredited internationally by ECAS. This year, we are opening an international class with qualified lecturers and well-established facilities. We are waiting for you to join the English Literature Study program of Universitas Negeri Semarang.
As an English literature student, I was able to study about histories, cultures, and the English language itself, which can enhance my English skills. With the skills that I gained, I was able to study in Canada as an ISMA awardee in 2021. In Canada, I experienced new cultures and also new education system. It was an unforgettable and valuable experiences. I'm grateful that I chose English literature as my major. For those who want and love to learn about English literature is your choice.
Hi, I'm Rahma. During my time in English literature, I was given the chance to join many modules, such as public speaking, that encouraged me to practice more about my English and communication skills. This has allowed me to achieve my dreams to study in the UK and being an ISMA awardee in 2021. Study abroad has given me a great opportunity to learn new cultures and new academic system. So for those of you who want to study abroad, don't hesitate to choose English literature as your major.
Bahasa, seni, budaya, dan ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Universitas Negeri Semarang adalah tempat di mana ide, bertemu kreativitas dan tradisi berjalan selaras dengan inovasi. Komitmen mewujudkan UNES sebagai universitas bereputasi dunia dan pelopor kecemerlangan pendidikan yang berwawasan konservasi menjadikan Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni terus memberikan layanan akademik terbaik untuk putra dan putri terbaik. Dengan 21 program studi, mulai dari diploma, sarjana, magister, hingga doktor, menjadikan Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni menjadi ruang tumbuh bagi para calon pendidik, praktisi, sastrawan, seniman, hingga peneliti. FBS UNES terus membuka diri terhadap dunia. Kolaborasi internasional, penelitian lintas bidang, serta publikasi ilmiah menjadi bagian dari nafas akademik yang terus tumbuh. Di era digital, kami menghadirkan inovasi, membangun ekosistem kampus yang adaptif dan responsif terhadap tantangan global. Dengan dukungan sarana yang lengkap dan suasana akademik yang kondusif, mahasiswa FBS dibina untuk menjadi insan yang tak hanya cerdas secara intelektual, tetapi juga tangguh secara emosional dan sosial. Disinilah talenta bertemu makna, kreativitas menemukan ruangnya.
Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Universitas Negeri Semarang, kami terapkan outcome-based education secara fleksibel tapi terukur. Fokus pada capaian pembelajaran, metode aktif, dan asesmen yang relevan. Nilai utamanya kolaboratif, kritis, dan kontekstual. Ini sejalan dengan prinsip Equine tentang mutu dan perbaikan berkelanjutan.
Fasilitas kami ramah disabilitas, guiding block, lift, toilet, aksesibel, dan ruang kuliah Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni dalam mendukung OB yang setara bagi semua mahasiswa dan
FBS UNES lebih dari tempat belajar. FBS UNES adalah tempat membentuk kecemerlangan masa depan.
Mari kita bersinergi untuk menjadi universitas reputasi dunia dan pelopor kecemerlangan pendidikan yang berwawasan konservasi bersama Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni.
Global challenges are like constant waves. It never stops crashing on the shore. Universitas Negeri Semarang offers optimism in the face of fast development. UNES has a vision to become a world-renowned university and a pioneer of educational excellence with a conservation perspective. A big vision for a glorious future, UNES is committed to preparing young talents, the nation's next generation, with integrity and high competitiveness, with the spirit of the Tridharma of higher education. Scholarships are available to give all students equal learning and development opportunities. We have made achievements on the national and international level, including publications in leading journals. We stand among the best, showing our commitment to sustainability and innovation. With 9 faculties and 1 graduate program, UNES bridges every dream, providing unlimited potential development. Supported by international class study programs, we provide opportunities for the young generation to study in various parts of the world. International students are clear evidence of our commitment to global excellence.
Saya dari Ukraina dan belajar di UNES telah membuka mata saya akan kebudayaan dan kualitas pendidikan yang luar biasa.
Datang dari Kyrgyzstan, saya merasa diterima dan didukung sepenuhnya di sini. UNES benar-benar menjadi rumah kedua bagi saya.
We establish strategic partnerships with world-leading universities. This collaboration creates opportunities for joint research, exchange of ideas, and innovation as evidence of our commitment to academic excellence. From research on renewable energy to innovation in the health sector, UNES lecturers and students collaborate with global researchers to create solutions to world challenges.
UNES berkomitmen untuk mencapai keunggulan global dalam dunia pendidikan. Kami menyediakan program studi internasional dan bermitra dengan universitas terkemuka di dunia yang mencerminkan dedikasi kami terhadap pendidikan berkualitas speaking.
With a spirit of conservation and innovation, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to move towards a glorious future to welcome a golden Indonesia. UNES, Global Excellence in Education.
English Literature Study Program focuses on literature, linguistic, and translation. The study program is in the Faculty of Language and Arts. It's suitable for those of you who like literary works. In a short time, the study program already has an international exchange program. This proves that this program is ready to produce graduates who are able to compete in the international arena.
The English Literature Study Program has been accredited internationally by ECAS. This year, we are opening an international class with qualified lecturers and well-established facilities.
Hi, I'm Fania. As an English literature student, I was able to study about histories, cultures, and the English language itself, which can enhance my English skills. With the skills that I gained, I was able to study in Canada as an ISMA awardee in 2021. In Canada, I experienced new cultures and also new education system. It was an unforgettable and valuable experiences. I'm grateful that I chose English literature as my major. For those who want and love to learn about English literature is your choice.
Hi, I'm Rahma. During my time in English literature, I was given the chance to join many modules, such as public speaking, that encouraged me to practice more about my English and communication skills. This has allowed me to achieve my dreams to study in the UK and being an ISMA awardee in 2021. Study abroad has given me a great opportunity to learn new cultures and new academic system. So for those of you who want to study abroad, don't hesitate to choose English literature as your major.
The lecturers from this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. The lecturers have sincere dedication and empathy to always develop students' ability. If there is a problem in administration, students can directly communicate with academic staff who are always helpful and solve your administrative problems. The study program has encouraging facilities, complete with a comfortable laboratory to create a productive atmosphere. Classes are designed with students' needs so that the learning process takes place effectively. Every corner of our campus is surrounded by an ideal environment to create a comfortable and healthy learning environment. A good learning environment benefits students by providing many places to exercise, such as jogging areas, parks, and fields.
We are waiting for you to join the English Literature Study Program of Universitas Negeri Semarang.
Welcome to English Literature Study Program, internationally acknowledged.
Welcome to Indonesia.
a charming archipelago that astounds everyone. Come study with us at the top university in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Semarang. There are 9 faculties and 74 study programs are ready and waiting for you. Let's study together, shaping the brightest future. We offer you scholarships to make studying with us convenient for you. Realizing your dream, achieving your goal. UNES, in?
Change is real. It is there to guide us to be more mature. Founded in 1965, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform into one of the nation's proud state universities. Like a tree, its roots penetrate deeply into the values and traditions of the nation. Its leaves are born to many great young talents. UNES' vision is to become the world's reputable university, to be a pioneer of educational brilliance with a conservation perspective. This is the vision that guides us to carry out the 3 dharma of higher education: education, research, and community service. The change in institutional status from Badan Layanan Umum to Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum brought real changes in the academic, institutional, and cultural fields. The greater the autonomy, the more achievements are achieved. Leaner in organizational governance, more real in work and contribution. Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum is like a golden bridge. We are moving faster for achieving international reputations, educational excellence, and conservation inside.
Perubahan menjadi PTNBH membuat Universitas Negeri Semarang lebih fleksibel dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada, sehingga kita bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk bangsa dan negara tercinta.
9 faculties and 1 postgraduate school are bridges for young Indonesians to realize their dreams. Faculty of Education and Psychology, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Science, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Law, and the youngest, Faculty of Medicine. The accelerated development of facilities and infrastructure are signs of our passion to serve others. Healthy governance is a proof of sincere dedication from our heart. This is Universitas Negeri Semarang, home to young Indonesian talents who are ready to grow and contribute to the wider society.
Di UNES, kami bukan hanya mempelajari ilmu pengetahuan, kami juga belajar tentang pengabdian, agar di kemudian hari kami bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk kemajuan Indonesia.
The network of cooperation on 5 continents has strengthened its work to become the pride of Indonesia's educational institutions. Creativity, values, and intention are reflected into the work. Knowledge and innovation are the foundation of its dedication. Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform. We welcome a new and brighter day of future. For the nation, for Indonesia, for human civilization.
that's always in motion. Knowledge finds its deepest devotion when it turns into action with purpose and intention. From local roots to the global stage, UNES emerges in a brighter age. A world-class name with vision clear, championing excellence, conservation sincere. This giant leap is anchored deep. In sacred trust we always keep the Tree Dharma, education to shape mind shining bright, research to illuminate paths with light, and service to carry wisdom through every fight. Innovation is more than a theory on a page. It's a solution for the modern age, realized, utilized, and felt by all, answering the world's urgent call. Rooted in conservation's heart, we play a responsible green part, balancing technology's rapid pace with the beauty of nature's grace. Through global ties, we open every door, learning and leading, seeking for more, strengthening systems, empowering the soul, making a sustainable future our ultimate goal. UNES, taking real steps, empowering lives.
Study program has been accredited internationally by ECAS. This year, we are opening an international class with qualified lecturers and well-established facilities. We are waiting for you to join the English Literature Study program of Universitas Negeri Semarang.
As an English literature student, I was able to study about histories, cultures, and the English language itself, which can enhance my English skills. With the skills that I gained, I was able to study in Canada as an ISMA awardee in 2021. In Canada, I experienced new cultures and also new education system. It was an unforgettable and valuable experiences. I'm grateful that I chose English literature as my major. For those who want and love to learn about English literature is your choice.
Hi, I'm Rahma. During my time in English literature, I was given the chance to join many modules, such as public speaking, that encouraged me to practice more about my English and communication skills. This has allowed me to achieve my dreams to study in the UK and being an ISMA awardee in 2021. Study abroad has given me a great opportunity to learn new cultures and new academic system. So for those of you who want to study abroad, don't hesitate to choose English literature as your major.
Bahasa, seni, budaya, dan ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Universitas Negeri Semarang adalah tempat di mana ide bertemu kreativitas dan tradisi berjalan selaras dengan inovasi. Komitmen mewujudkan UNES sebagai universitas bereputasi dunia dan pelopor kecemerlangan pendidikan yang berwawasan konservasi menjadikan Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni terus memberikan layanan akademik terbaik untuk putra dan putri terbaik. Dengan 21 program studi, mulai dari diploma, sarjana, magister, hingga doktor, menjadikan Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni menjadi ruang tumbuh bagi para calon pendidik, praktisi, sastrawan, seniman, hingga peneliti. FBS UNES terus membuka diri terhadap dunia. Kolaborasi internasional, penelitian lintas bidang, serta publikasi ilmiah menjadi bagian dari nafas akademik yang terus tumbuh. Di era digital, kami menghadirkan inovasi, membangun ekosistem kampus yang adaptif dan responsif terhadap tantangan global. Dengan dukungan sarana yang lengkap dan suasana akademik yang kondusif, mahasiswa FBS dibina untuk menjadi insan yang tak hanya cerdas secara intelektual, tetapi juga tangguh secara emosional dan sosial. Disinilah talenta bertemu makna, kreativitas menemukan ruangnya.
Di Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Universitas Negeri Semarang, kami terapkan outcome-based education secara fleksibel tapi terukur. Fokus pada capaian pembelajaran, metode aktif, dan asesmen yang relevan. Nilai utamanya kolaboratif, kritis, dan kontekstual. Ini sejalan dengan prinsip Equine tentang mutu dan perbaikan berkelanjutan.
Fasilitas kami ramah disabilitas, guiding block, lift, toilet, aksesibel, dan ruang kuliah inklusif. Ini merupakan komitmen Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni dalam mendukung OB yang setara bagi semua mahasiswa dan sejalan dengan standar Equine pada aksesibilitas serta kesetaraan layanan.
FBS UNES lebih dari tempat belajar. FBS UNES adalah tempat membentuk kecemerlangan masa depan.
Mari kita bersinergi untuk menjadi universitas reputasi dunia dan pelopor kecemerlangan pendidikan yang berwawasan konservasi bersama Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni.
Global challenges are like constant waves. It never stops crashing on the shore. Universitas Negeri Semarang offers optimism in the face of fast development. UNES has a vision to become a world-renowned university and a pioneer of educational excellence with a conservation perspective. A big vision for a glorious future, UNES is committed to preparing young talents, the nation's next generation, with integrity and high competitiveness, with the spirit of the Tridharma of higher education. Scholarships are available to give all students equal learning and development opportunities. We have made achievements on the national and international level, including publications in leading journals. We stand among the best, showing our commitment to sustainability and innovation. With 9 faculties and 1 graduate program, UNES bridges every dream, providing unlimited potential development. Supported by international class study programs, we provide opportunities for the young generation to study in various parts of the world. International students are clear evidence of our commitment to global excellence.
Dari Ukraina dan belajar di UNES telah membuka mata saya akan kebudayaan dan kualitas pendidikan yang luar biasa.
Datang dari Kyrgyzstan, saya merasa diterima dan didukung sepenuhnya di sini. UNES benar-benar menjadi rumah kedua bagi saya.
We establish strategic partnerships with world-leading universities. This collaboration creates opportunities for joint research, exchange of ideas, and innovation as evidence of our commitment to academic excellence. From research on renewable energy to innovation in the health sector, UNES lecturers and students collaborate with global researchers to create solutions to world challenges.
UNES berkomitmen untuk mencapai keunggulan global dalam dunia pendidikan. Kami menyediakan program studi internasional dan bermitra dengan universitas terkemuka di dunia yang mencerminkan dedikasi kami terhadap pendidikan berkualitas tinggi.
With a spirit of conservation and innovation, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to move towards a glorious future to welcome a golden Indonesia. UNES, Global Excellence in Education.
English Literature Study Program focuses on literature, linguistic, and translation. This study program is in the Faculty of Language and Arts. It's suitable for those of you who like literary works. In a short time, this study program already has an international exchange program. This proves that this program is ready to produce graduates who are able to compete in the international arena.
The English Literature Study Program has been accredited internationally by ECAS. This year, we are opening an international class with qualified lecturers and well-established facilities.
Hi, I'm Fania. As an English literature student, I was able to study about histories, cultures, and the English language itself, which can enhance my English skills. With the skills that I gained, I was able to study in Canada as an ISMA awardee in 2021. In Canada, I experienced new cultures and also new education system. It was an unforgettable and valuable experiences. I'm grateful that I chose English literature as my major. For those who want and love to learn about English literature is your choice.
Hi, I'm Rahma. During my time in English literature, I was given the chance to join many modules, such as public speaking, that encouraged me to practice more about my English and communication skills. This has allowed me to achieve my dreams to study in the UK and being an ISMA awardee in 2021. Study abroad has given me a great opportunity to learn new cultures and new academic system. So for those of you who want to study abroad, don't hesitate to choose English literature as your major.
The lecturers from this department have degrees from reputable universities, domestic and overseas. The lecturers have sincere dedication and empathy to always develop students' ability. If there is a problem in administration, students can directly communicate with academic staff who are always helpful and solve your administrative problems. The study program has encouraging facilities, complete with a comfortable laboratory to create a productive atmosphere. Classes are designed with students' needs so that the learning process takes place effectively. Every corner of our campus is surrounded by an ideal environment to create a comfortable and healthy learning environment. A good learning environment benefits students by providing many places to exercise, such as jogging areas, parks and fields.
We are waiting for you to join the English Literature Study Program of Universitas Negeri Semarang.
Welcome to English Literature Study Program, internationally acknowledged.
Welcome to Indonesia, a charming archipelago that has towns everywhere. Come study with us at the top university in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Semarang. There are 9 faculties and 74 study programs are ready and waiting for you. Let's study together, shaping the brightest future. We offer you scholarships to make studying with us convenient for you. Realizing your dream, achieving your goal. UNES, in
Change is real. It is there to guide us to be more mature. Founded in 1965, Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform into one of the nation's proud state universities. Like a tree, its roots penetrate deeply into the values and traditions of the nation. Its leaves are born to many great young talents. UNES' vision is to become the world's reputable university, to be a pioneer of educational brilliance with a conservation perspective. This is the vision that guides us to carry out the three dharma of higher education: education, research, and community service. The change in institutional status from Badan Layanan Umum to Perguruan Tinggi Negeri Berbadan Hukum brought real changes in the academic, institutional, and cultural fields. The greater the autonomy, the more achievements are achieved. Leaner in organizational governance, more real in work and contribution. Perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum is like a golden bridge. We are moving faster for achieving international reputations, educational excellence, and conservation insight.
Perubahan menjadi PTNBA membuat Universitas Negeri Semarang lebih fleksibel dalam memanfaatkan sumber daya yang ada, sehingga kita bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk bangsa dan negara tercinta.
9 faculties and 1 postgraduate school are bridges for young Indonesians to realize their dreams. Faculty of Education and Psychology, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Sports Science, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Law, and the youngest, Faculty of Medicine. The accelerated development of facilities and infrastructure are signs of our passion to serve others. Healthy governance is a proof of sincere dedication from our heart. This is Universitas Negeri Semarang, home to young Indonesian talents who are ready to grow and contribute to the wider society.
Di UNES, kami bukan hanya mempelajari ilmu pengetahuan, kami juga belajar tentang pengabdian, agar di kemudian hari kami bisa berkontribusi optimal untuk kemajuan Indonesia.
The network of cooperation on 5 continents has strengthened its work to become the pride of Indonesia's educational institutions. Creativity, values, and intention are reflected into the work. Knowledge and innovation are the foundation of its dedication. Universitas Negeri Semarang continues to transform. We welcome a new and brighter day of future. For the nation, for Indonesia, for human civilization.
In a world that's always in motion, knowledge finds its deepest devotion when it turns into action with purpose and intention. From local roots to the global you.